today in terms of education?
Would have liked there to have been some forethought before the announcement about how we can work together to develop a strategy to enable this to take place. I welcome and I love the aspiration of the new Prime Minister, and there are examples where this is working well. He's quick to quote the experience of the MBAC in Manchester, and what we would say is that works in Manchester. How can we make sure that something works in Grimsby, in the northeast, and for the rest of the country, to show that what we've learnt in Manchester can be taken across the whole country and inspire young people, so that we reduce these number of needs, so that those million people that are feeling disenfranchised right now feel that they have a future and feel that it's an opportunity for them going forward, that they can commit and they can be part of a country that's really going places.
OK, Pepe de Lazio, we'll leave it there. Really interesting point. Thank you. This is the News Hour coming up after the break. As he meets President Zelensky again, is Donald Trump becoming more supportive of Ukraine?
This is how you travel when the mafia wants to kill you.
He's almost given up his own freedom, but that's the price he's willing to pay.
Here, they don't just arrest and Ndrangheta mafia members, they also live among them.
Time after time, I've seen the devastating impact of extreme weather and climate change.
We don't have much snow at the moment.
They've had a warm spring and exceptionally hot summer, and that means they're expecting to lose more than 3 times the amount of ice than they usually do.
Flames are still forcing people from their homes and leaving many questioning their futures.
Here was my life. We have nothing. I can't say anything, it's so sad.
This disaster is testing the resolve of everyone on this island.
The only way out now is by boat.
Everything you see is devastated, and the misery being felt by people living here is repeated in towns and villages across Central Europe. Sky News, get the full story first.
Turkey is burying its dead. The loss is profound.
Whole families died in this collapse, generations wiped out. The violence has penetrated the heart of the city rather than being contained to the estates around the edge, and that speaks to the level of anger being felt here.
In Sweden, police have seized a lethal stash. This is just a small sample of the deadly arsenal taken off the streets.
This is an example of an advert, really. Anyone of any age could say, I'll do that for £1 million, and then have to go and shoot someone.
Yes.
I'm Siobhan Robbins, Sky's Europe correspondent based here in Berlin.
The cameras are poised here, there, everywhere.
The day those present would never forget.
First question, Sky News.
Do you hate the thought of losing to him?
I hate the thought of losing to anyone.
Historic day here today.
They are pushing forward.
They dash to the water.
Wait, what country are you
from? The UK.
Why don't you go back to your country?
Huge questions to be grappled with.
That is totally unprecedented. Been quite some day.
Let me start with breaking news.
What's the best thing about being a Sky News journalist?
Who's funnier?
Being a Sky News journalist.
A special edition of The World with me, Yalda Hakim.
Pakistan had the right to respond.
You're like, what?
Historic day here today. Congratulations, this is a huge moment. But what happens now?
Hear that whistle and that crunch? We know that they're coming from the south of the city where the...
Finally taking this journey.
Cannot wait to see it all.
I found myself laughing more than I have in months. Every corner of the city is so alive with music. I can't wait to share it with you.
This journey is a gift.
A memory in
motion.
The world of possibilities.
Of ways of living unfurls in front of me. Where should we go next?
Now, the White House calls it positive and productive. So is Donald Trump being persuaded by his supporters to take a more supportive approach to Ukraine? Well, joining us now is Washington editor at The Times, Katie Balls. Great to see you, Katie. Just help us understand, because on the face of it, we're talking about influential MAGA supporters, and in particular, we're talking about Laura Loomer. She's this prominent MAGA influencer and the self-styled Trump whisperer. It's incredible that someone like that should have an influence on war. What are you hearing where you are about her?
Yeah, I mean, I think if you just take a brief step back, of course, one of the defining moments last year was Donald Trump in the Oval Office with Zelensky, and it went very badly. You ultimately had the Trump administration telling the Ukrainian leader he didn't really have any cards about them. And lots of this view of Ukraine was bedded in the MAGA movement, where you hear various conspiracy theories. Laura Loomer, a right-wing conspiracy theorist, has previously said that Ukraine is full of Nazis. And yet over the past week, we've had Laura Loomer visiting Ukraine, sitting down with Zelensky, and now a sense that some of that is feeding back to how the White House sees the conflict. And I've spoken to various figures who've been trying to change hearts and minds in DC for some time. And they make the point that, lots of people probably take issue with what Laura Loomer says and does. But they think if you have an audience of one who is Donald Trump, you have to think, who do they listen to? And in this case, it tends to be MAGA influencers such as Laura Loomer.
And Laura Loomer genuinely believed, didn't she, that Ukraine was full of Nazis, in her words. And then she visited Kyiv. She was on the ground, and she changed her view, Katie. Whatever you think of her politics, I mean, that's quite a turnaround.
It is quite a turnaround, and we've had various things about Ukraine and the MAGA movement. I think, again, when you go back to that initial clash, lots of people in the UK and Europe were really taken aback at why there was such animosity and an unwillingness to support Ukraine. But it's partly because lots of Republicans who support Trump have been saying things like Ukraine is full of Nazis. They've been hearing from figures such as Tucker Carlson that Russia is a Christian nation, Ukraine is not, and this is one of the reasons that people are out to get Putin and Russia. And therefore, there's a lot of propaganda and disinformation that people are trying to get through. And Laura Loomer, I think, has started to look a bit closer at Ukraine. And then there was an effort by, for example, One Ukraine Project to bring one of her journalists to Ukraine a few months ago. After that, she made her own plans for her own visit. But I think the theory is, if you can get these figures into Ukraine and they can see things for themselves, that's a lot more powerful and probably the best way to combat some of the things they're just hearing and seeing online, which you cannot verify in any way, and it's quite hard to often tell people they're wrong.
And I'm so curious about Trump's open-mindedness to all of this, and whether he genuinely is feeling this, or is he responding to whoever shouts the loudest?
Well, I think there were a few factors at play, and one of the big factors really is how is Ukraine doing on the battlefield, and how Ukraine has used drone technology in a way that parts of the American defense system, the military, have been really impressed by. Ukraine really holding its own against attempts by Russia to make inroads. And for example, what lots of people who want to win Trump's mind on this say to him, is Putin is a loser, because the worst thing you can be in the US president's eyes is a loser. And they're pointing to how, this many Russian dead and for what. So I think those have been factors too. And we also know that Donald Trump is someone who does change his mind quite a lot and doesn't really apologize for doing so. So I think all of this has meant that while he almost took a personal dislike early on to Zelensky, he now seems to have more time for him, which means that Zelensky could be in a better position when it comes to asking for the things that he thinks Ukraine needs to help bring this war to a close. And we know Trump wants the war over. It's just that when he returned to the White House, it was clear that the terms on which the war could be over for the US are terms that would make the Ukrainians and Zelensky's position very, very difficult.
Yes, and what we do know about President Trump is he likes a winner, and he likes people who stand up to him, in a sense. Who is holding the cards at the moment? Is it Zelensky? Is it Putin? Where do you see this going, particularly with this second meeting?
Well, I think there's a mix of factors, but it certainly feels as though Ukraine is in a stronger position for getting Donald Trump's ear than they have been for some time. Partly down to the battleground, partly down to these efforts to get, Trump whisperers. The fact that President Trump shared Laura Loomer's interview with Zelensky saying, great job, or saying approving things about it, again shows that there's now a line there. We're hearing rumours, not confirmed yet, that potentially there could be a visit by Jared Kushner or Steve Witkoff to Ukraine. If so, that would be a step in a positive direction for Ukraine. Because one of the things we've heard a lot about is how Steve Witkoff, who is the peace envoy and a former real estate broker for Trump, he talks about having a good relationship with Putin sometimes. So you need Ukraine to have those good relationships so they can, put their counter to when the US side is listening to these Russian demands on ceding territory.
And that's so interesting. And just to wrap, I mean, is there any worry, do you think, from what you're hearing, that as soon as Putin gets on the phone to Trump, things change?
I think there's always a worry that when Trump gets on the phone or has a conversation with someone, he might change his mind. But I think there is more optimism that he is going to give Ukraine more of a hearing. I still think probably the difficulty here is ending the war is probably going to mean unappetizing options for the Ukrainian side in some form. It's just, can you get them to a better position than some of the proposals that we heard about last year, which Zelensky was very clear he could not do.
OK, we'll leave it there. Katie, good to talk. Thank you. This is the News Hour. Coming up at 7, we'll have the very latest for you from Japan. An earthquake leaving a number of people trapped under the rubble of a collapsed shopping centre in Japan. We'll have more on that for you at the top of the hour. Stay with us.
The best thing about being a Sky News journalist?
I'm going to take you behind the scenes here for Election Night Live. They have gone up and up.
Being a Sky News journalist.
Ed Conway, Sky News, is anyone going to talk to us? Mortgage rates did go up very sharply during your time in office. Here it is.
First off, just the scale of what we're looking at.
Our data shows it's been happening. Question is, why it hasn't been stopped.
Jubilation in the streets, while some emotional.
This is a political victory for Prime Minister Modi and his Hindu Nationalist Party.
I'm Neville Lazarus, and I'm Sky's reporter based in Delhi. Companies like these are helping India in its trajectory to be a serious player in space exploration. Sky News, get the full story first.
Hello, it's 7 o'clock. I'm Leah Belletto. This is the News Hour, our top stories. The moment an earthquake rocks southern Japan, sending buildings swaying. Well, tonight, dozens are still trapped and feared dead in a collapsed shopping centre. Also at 7. Murdered by her mum, 2-year-old Isabel's mother and her boyfriend convicted after torturing the toddler.
Could be immediately deported within around about a week.
Shadow Home Secretary Chris Philp accuses the French of trying to intimidate him by firing shots in the Channel. A battle against time, the race to contain wildfires in France before a new heatwave hits. Benjamin Netanyahu meets Donald Trump at the White House, their first meeting since the beginning of the war against Iran. And tackling Britain's youth jobs crisis, why the PM is ditching the drive for university in favour of technical jobs. Hello, good evening. Scores of people remain trapped, feared dead, after an earthquake struck a shopping centre in southern Japan, causing it to collapse. Nearby homes are also without power and major roads damaged, while the tremor measured the highest possible level on Japan's own Shindo scale of shaking. And this report from our Asia correspondent, Helen Smith.
The aftermath looks almost otherworldly. What was once a shopping mall structure, scattered. Mangled metal that looks as if it's been picked up and launched. Indeed, the Aeon shopping centre is now a focal point in this disaster. Here, an explosion followed the quake, leaving huge parts of this building blown out or collapsed in, and people unaccounted for. Video from inside shows the early panic as people ran to escape. Dashcam footage caught the blast. It's unclear exactly what caused it. In a country no stranger to earthquakes, this was a big one. The highest level 7 on Japan's own seismic scale. Throughout Kumamoto, people screamed and ducked as they shook. Just listen to the lingering fear.
The initial shock was, I think, about 2 minutes or something, and it was quite big. I've never experienced that big earthquake, so I was not being able to stand still. So I was in holding rail or something. I feel like every 20 minutes, I feel like, the land is shaking.
An urban epicenter has heightened the impact. Damage to homes, roads and buildings. A train derailed from its tracks. Authorities have warned of aftershocks. Some 300,000 evacuated.
We're currently assessing the damage and number of casualties, but there have been reports on injuries as well as power cuts, damaged roads, bridges and buildings. I ask all to take measures to protect yourselves.
Japan may be better prepared than most for events like this, but no amount of preparation could fully withstand such force, and the full cost is still being counted. Helen Smith, Sky News in Beijing.
Well, back here, a woman and her boyfriend have been convicted of murdering her 2-year-old daughter. The court heard how Isabel Welsh collapsed at her home in Teesside after suffering a massive head injury. The toddler had 21 broken bones and had been sexually assaulted by her mother's partner. Sky's Phoebe Southworth has the details.
It's one of the most disturbing things a lot of people will have ever read and learned about. The prosecution said that this little girl, 2-year-old Isabel, was subjected to a campaign of violence before she died. 21 broken bones in her body in the weeks leading up to that awful day. Well, her mother, Alexandra Walker, 26, and then her very recent boyfriend at the time, 22-year-old Harrison Simpson, have been convicted of murder and child cruelty. The jurors took only 7 hours to convict them. They seemed pretty sure in quite a short space of time there. And as you said, Simpson also convicted of sexually assaulting this little girl. A lot of people will be asking, were there any warning signs here? Well, 11 days before Isabel died, she was taken to hospital by her mother with a fractured leg. Oh. And the mother said that it was an accident caused by her getting it caught in her cot, and she was allowed to return home with the child. And then on the day she died, this little girl had a catastrophic head injury, probably caused by hitting something hard. And as she lay dying, this 2-year-old girl, her mother was Googling, why would my toddler be bleeding? And she was smoking a cigarette, and she delayed calling 999. Well, I could read a statement just now from the family of little Isabel, and that includes from her biological father, Josh Welsh. They say Isabel should have had her whole life ahead of her, but she was taken from us in the most heartbreaking way. She was so loved, and our lives will never be the same without her. Whilst today's verdicts cannot undo the pain caused or bring Isabel back, it does mean justice has been served. We will remember Isabel forever and ask for privacy as we continue to grieve as a family. Well, this couple had been in a relationship for just a few weeks. When Isabel died, they'd met on social media, and they did blame each other for what happened to this little girl. The mother of Isabel said that she did often get frustrated with the child, but she claimed that she'd never actually taken it out physically on her daughter. They're going to be sentenced on Thursday.
Firefighters are bracing for a new heatwave in France and Spain as they battle to contain raging wildfires. Hundreds of thousands have already been forced to flee their homes, and today French authorities ordered 4,000 to evacuate from La Courneuve near Bordeaux. Well, these are the latest pictures from the Gironde region, where the fire has burned an area 4 times the size of Paris and forced 220,000 people to evacuate. Oh, this was the scene in nearby Liege Cape Ferret earlier, where crews are trying to keep flare-ups under control. Well, let's go live now to Sky's Sadia Chowdhury in Marche Prime near Bordeaux. Sadia, just help us understand what the day's been like and what you've seen.
So today there's been a heat wave here. There was a yellow heat wave alert that was issued at around midday today, and that meant that the air was hot, the land was hot, the ground was really hot, and all around us, this part completely burnt, and there are lots of little smouldering pockets of smouldering smoke coming out from the ground. The reason we came back here is actually because a few days ago we were here and we ended up being completely surrounded by fire. So we wanted to come and see just how much that destruction was. This pylon behind us was, it had a big fire at the base of it. You can see now just behind that military vehicle. It's the military here. Some of the fire centre commanders are also here. They're just going over a map, looking at perhaps trying to discuss their next moves. We know that today there were a total of 14 flare-ups. Officials here say that the fire is contained, even if it is not yet extinguished, but that it is not spreading. They say there are currently 3 flare-ups still being fought, and which are being affected by the fire, but a total of 14 at the start of the day. That gives us a bit of an indication of how successful they've been today. And for the first time since we got here last week, we've seen a more calm attitude amongst them. I think there was a real fear that if this fire grew out of control or started spreading to neighbouring cities like Bordeaux, then that would be a real massive catastrophe. And instead, because it is now contained, we're seeing a little bit of a difference. We were speaking to one firefighter a short while ago. He said he had 3 hours of sleep last night, but he actually now thinks he may be able to go home tomorrow. The other update we have from the local authority is that 3 local authorities, the residents there, may be allowed to go home. That's a really big step forward, because for a lot of people, they didn't know if they'd be able to go home at all, or indeed how long that might take. But a positive step for them, surely, as they're allowed to go home, but under 2 very strict conditions. The first, that they have to keep their mobile phones on, switched on all the time, and follow any instructions that are given to any further evacuation orders. And the second, that they have to pack a bag and keep it ready, because that could come. And that is because the next few days, this heat wave set to continue into the next few days, which means the ground is still very hot. There is a risk of reignition. Just a short while ago, there were some fire crews here dousing down this land because the fire has just been through here again, and they were just moistening it to keep it moist so that it can't reignite. and we thought we might be able to bring you that picture, that you would come to us and we might be able to bring you that picture. And just in a moment's notice like that, they all jumped into their vehicles and went off, presumably to another fire. There is smoke in the sky in that direction that we can see. This is still a danger, but not as much, not as big a threat, I think, as initially they thought it might end up being.
OK, for now, Sadia, really appreciate the update. You and the team do take care. And that story will feature on our late-night programme, The Wrap, tonight from 10 o'clock. And here to discuss today's big stories and the best of tomorrow's papers, we'll be joined by journalist and broadcaster Jenny Kleeman and the political commentator Adam Bolton. Now, the government says it's in touch with the French authorities after the Shadow Home Secretary shared a video on social media of a French warship firing what he says were 17 live rounds. Well, this is the moment the incident took place while Chris Philp was being interviewed on a boat in the Channel.
Anyone who did cross the Channel and arrive in Dover could be immediately deported within around about a week.
Give that a second, he's just dragging a line by the looks of it.
Is that a warning shot towards us? I don't know.
Well, earlier we spoke to Chris Philp and the captain of the ship, and this was their reaction.
There was no warning given on the VHF radio, and they only fired the shots when they were in proximity to us. And I'm here with the skipper, actually, Matt. If you just turn the camera on. I mean, Matt, did you hear or see any warning?
No, there was no warning or anything. I didn't see any shapes displayed on the vessel, so it just seemed a bit strange that they've got the whole sea where they could have previously done the training, and they waited till they was right alongside. So
they weren't firing before, they weren't firing afterwards. It was only when they were in proximity to us.
Well, the French embassy said this today. The French Coast Guard vessel Flamand conducted a small arms firing exercise off the coast of Cape Gris-Nez, and to maintain their high level of operational readiness in the current international context, French Navy units train regularly. Individual combatant training is a normal activity on a vessel on operations. Now, the statutory signals required by international standards for this type of firing exercise were displayed and all safety protocols were followed. Well, this exercise is unrelated to the presence of a British ship in the area, which was outside the range of firing. Now, a man has been found guilty of murdering two men he lived with in a homeless shelter. 40-year-old James Desborough murdered Claudio Aquilino and Daniel Coleman. This was before dismembering and hiding their bodies in Cornwall last year. Desborough is already serving a life sentence after he killed his prison cellmate while on remand awaiting this trial. I'm joined by our correspondent Oliver Whitfield-Miocic. Reading that out, it seems unbelievable, but that's the development we're hearing today.
Yeah, and there's some of the detail that we've been hearing as well is really quite shocking. So Desborough told police forensic experts that he was a fan of the hit TV crime show Dexter, and the central character in that is a police expert who murders people and then hides their body parts, and that's certainly what he did with Aquilino's body, because police found 1,900 burnt bone fragments that had been hidden by Desborough in the woodland next to his house. When it comes to Coleman, his body had been dismembered, cut up and then hidden in a shallow grave not too far away. Desborough was last seen with both men when they were last seen alive, before they were killed 1.5 months apart. And then he took their credit cards and their bank cards and used it to buy drugs and alcohol. He was seen in a Wetherspoons pub buying a round of drinks. Now, we have had a statement from Devon and Cornwall Police. This is what Detective Superintendent Rachel Bentley has to say. Desborough not only brutally murdered both men, but then savagely desecrated their bodies, seeking to hide the evidence of his crimes. In doing so, he denied both men of dignity and their families the opportunity to say goodbye. He, in notes that were later discovered by police, had admitted that he was a killer. He'd made plans to try to flee the UK. Desborough also had told investigators that he didn't kill these two men and that they'd only been found dead on his property due to a series of what he called unfortunate circumstances. But the jury at Winchester Crown Court looked straight through that. They said that he was guilty of all counts, not only on murder, but also of denying these men a lawful and decent burial. And so he is now going to be sentenced, we expect, at the same court tomorrow. But it wasn't just these two victims that he targeted. When he was in prison waiting his trial, he was also found guilty of murdering his cellmate, and he strangled him to death because he said that he was snoring too loudly. It means that in total he killed 3 men over a 5-month period.
Yeah, oh, goodness. Oliver, thank you so much for that reporting. Politics now. The Prime Minister has announced a major shake-up in schools to try and get young people into work and keep them off benefits. Under the plan, secondary school pupils will be offered technical education linked to jobs in their local area with less of a drive for university degrees. Let's go live now to Westminster, our chief political correspondent, John Craig. And it was Tony Blair, wasn't it, John, who wanted half or 50% of young people to go to university. Changed today, then?
That policy's well and truly ditched now by Andy Burnham. It was withering, really, already, because that policy of 50% going to university was seen as not a success because, of course, of this great problem of young people in their late teens and early 20s struggling to find jobs. So what has happened today is that Mr Burnham and the government have made 2 announcements. Now, the first one is indeed that one about 14-year-olds getting early access to technical education, skills training, work experience, connections with employers. Mr Burnham said earlier, from today, Britain will value the hard hat every bit as much as the graduation cap. Then later this afternoon, we heard from the government offering cash to young people from hard-up families to get bursaries. Those bursaries, the government says, will be worth up to £4,500 per year per household. Now, that is people who live in households where the family's on universal credit. According to the government, a body called the Social Security Advisory Committee has found that single parents with a disabled child could lose up to £340 a week in benefits. So that discourages people from taking up this training. When a young person starts an apprenticeship and exceeds the apprenticeship salary of about £258 a week. Now, Lucy Powell, the new Education Secretary, says that for too many young people, they face unnecessary barriers to apprenticeships, college places and training. We're investing to change that. However, the Conservatives' Work and Pensions spokesman, that's Helen Whately, has talked about how it's all the government's fault, really, that there are these problems of youth unemployment because, according to the Conservatives, the problem is all to do with government's increases in national insurance payments for employers, the national minimum wage, she says, and also the various other tax rises. So the government is saying that obviously they are providing money to help. The government says the money's coming £1 billion from something called the Growth and Skills Levy. That was actually brought in May, but the Tories are saying it's uncosted. And, for example, Helen Whately is saying, and Laura Trott, the Shadow Employment Secretary, that either these things are uncosted or the government is not being honest with people. So no consensus here on this, although the Tories do say that they think apprenticeships are a good thing and it's a good thing to get more people into apprenticeship schemes.
OK, for now, John, thank you. You're watching the News Hour. Coming up after the break, families anger the trial of a fraudulent funeral director in Hull. Here's more about the impact of his crimes. Now, the trial of a fraudulent funeral director in Hull is continuing to hear from the families about the impacts of his crimes. Robert Bush pleaded guilty to 67 offences, including preventing the lawful and decent burial of bodies. Our North of England correspondent Charlotte Leeming has more.
Courts of law are usually very procedural, calm and orderly, aren't they? But today felt very different, very raw and emotional, and very much for the families, that they could just express exactly the impact of these offences on their families. The ripple effect, the ramifications felt right across all. Everybody knows somebody who's been affected by this, and they were allowed to give those very upsetting and personal testimonies today. We heard from the family of 80-year-old Jim Porter. His body was recovered at the Legacy Funeral Firm weeks after his death, with his hospital identification bands still on his wrist and ankle. His family thought he'd been cremated. His daughter Tina said, "I had nightmares and thoughts of bodies just piled up came up into my mind. The only way I can describe it is like seeing images of the bodies found in Auschwitz during the war." The court also heard from Jasmine Beverley. She lost her baby Sonny. She asked Bush to organise the funeral and the cremation, but Sonny was later found at the funeral parlour on the premises almost 2 years after his death. She said that discovery made her have suicidal thoughts, and we spoke to her earlier this year. Let's hear a little of what she had to say.
I trusted him with the most important person in my life, one of my children, and he let me down. It's evil. That's all I could say. It's evil.
Just want to take you to the funeral for US Senator Lindsey Graham. It's begun, it's in Washington, and President Trump is in attendance. He's about to make a tribute. So let's just listen in to what he has to say.
Thank you very much. Vice President Vance, members of the Cabinet, members of the House and Senate, distinguished guests, Darlene, and the entire Graham family. We love you all. Today we gather in the deepest gratitude and profoundest sorrow to honor a beloved friend, a devoted brother, a respected statesman, a giant of the United States Senate, and a true American original who left us much too soon. And that can only be the one and only Lindsey Graham. By the strength of his steadfast convictions, the force of his magnetic personality, and the goodness of his noble soul, Lindsey rose from a small town in rural South Carolina, a place he loved so much, to become a constant fixture of American politics at the highest level, and a force to be reckoned with all over the world. For more than 30 years, nothing of consequence happened in this capital without Lindsey Graham knowing about it. Nothing of significance happened anywhere in the world without Lindsey Graham having a view on it. And no bill became law in the most exceptional republic in human history without Lindsey Graham having a say in it. He was a man who gave America the full measure of his good and mighty heart until that heart itself just gave out. But even though Lindsey's life was cut short while he was still so full of vim and vigor, there can be no doubt that he lived absolutely to the fullest. He died doing the work he was born to do. He was truly a great politician, serving the country he loved to serve so deeply. He went out at the peak of his career, at the top of his game, as a legend that every one of us, many of us here today, blessed to know him, and a friend that none of us will ever forget. There was truly nobody like Lindsey Graham. It was his hometown of Central South Carolina that Lindsay first learned the art of politics. His parents ran a bar and pool hall on Main Street with a room in the back where the family spent and had to do. As Lindsay said, his father taught him the key to being a successful bar owner is that you have to be funny enough that people will keep coming back, and that you have to be tough enough that you can stay in business and thrive. A very difficult combination. For his entire storied career, that's exactly who Lindsey Graham was. He was the first person to make you laugh, and one of the last people that you've really ever wanted to fight. These were the traits that made him into one of the great figures in Senate history. Few like him. As a boy, Lindsey also learned his first lessons in diplomacy when the wife of one regular patron called the bar asking for her husband. She demanded to know, where is he? The man instructed Lindsey, tell her I'm not here. And young Lindsey nodded and said into the phone to the wife, he said to tell you that he's not here. That was Lindsey. When Lindsey was just 20 years old, he lost his mom to cancer. 15 months later, he lost his dad. Their deaths left his 13-year-old sister, Darlene, an orphan. But in God's mercy, she had her wonderful brother to take care of her. On top of it all, Lindsey became her guardian while still in college and helped raise her. He later said that for all his achievements, and he had many, his single proudest accomplishment in life was how well Darlene turned out. He had total respect and love for Darlene. Nothing could be more fitting than that woman who was Lindsey's proudest legacy now continues his legacy of service in the U.S. Senate, a place that he cherished. And I have no doubt that he's looking down today, beaming with pride at his sister, Senator Darlene Graham. Thank you, Senator. Lindsey first stormed into Washington with the Republican Revolution of 1994, becoming the first Republican to win his House district in 120 years. That was Lindsey. In 2002, he ran for the Senate in what should have been a loss, and he swept to an easy victory. Lindsey quickly became a master at maneuvering in one of the world's great legislative bodies. He secured record funding for our military as a budget committee chairman. He delivered the largest investment in border security in history, and last year he shepherded the passage of the largest tax cuts in American history, the great, big, beautiful bill. Had a lot of Lindsey goodies in there, too, I can tell you. And of course, he was also a great champion of the United States Supreme Court. His impassioned defense of a wonderful person, a great gentleman, Justice Kavanaugh, ended a disgraceful attack on this very good man and gave us one of the greatest moments the Senate has ever seen. It was a truly monumental moment in Senate history. I believe it was Lindsey's perhaps finest hour. But no matter how heated things got in Washington, virtually everyone, Republican or Democrat, liked Lindsey. Well, not everybody, but it sounds good. Not everybody. He was a tough cookie, okay? I have to veer from this for a second. He was a tough cookie, Darlene, but he was beautiful. But he was also ready with a joke and a gleam in his eye after being lectured on the excruciating details of patent law by a fellow senator during a flight. Lindsey declared that he had discovered a new form of when Senator Tim Scott, a great gentleman in his own right, I can tell you, invited him to prayer breakfast at 8:30 a.m., Lindsay told him, "Tim, if Jesus himself comes back before 10 a.m., I ain't going." Yet, while he was always quick to laugh, and no one ever doubted the gravity of his mission, above all, Lindsey Graham believed in a strong America. He wanted a strong America. He had unwavering faith in the righteousness of American power and prayer. And he was extremely hawkish. I will tell you, he never saw a war that he didn't like. Only his true friends would understand that, but he wanted it for the good of our country. He felt in his bones that our destiny is to win, and that his job was to do everything he could to ensure our enemies would lose. It was this conviction that led him to serve 33 years in uniform in the Air Force and Air Force Reserves and Air National Guard, even while he was in office. And it was this conviction that took him as a senator to almost every country on earth, confronting America's adversaries and standing up for America's friends. He had tremendous friendships all over the world. It's a testament to his towering impact that among those mourning him here today are leaders, presidents, prime ministers from all over the globe. They're sitting right here before you. Lindsey met countless world leaders, yet wherever he went, he was always the same Lindsey Graham. When he met Libyan dictator Muammar Gaddafi in a tent in the desert, he told him, "I expected something out of the Arabian Nights. This looks more like a Winnebago." That was not a good statement to make at the time. And when he met the Dalai Lama, Lindsey looked him straight in the eyes and said, "So, can you really levitate?" The Dalai Lama was not happy with that. But no matter how high he rose, he never forgot where he came from. There's probably not a single town in South Carolina where Lindsey did not help repair a bridge, expand a school, improve a hospital, or recover from a disaster. He was a force of nature, and I will miss him greatly. As you remember, Lindsey and I did not exactly get off to the best of starts. Running against each other, back in 2016, Lindsey said something rather nasty on his flight to becoming the next president of the United States. So naturally, I did something that I shouldn't have done. I shared his personal cell phone number with the millions of people that happened to be watching that particular day as I made a speech, a very important speech. And I remember the number 202-228-0292, if anybody wants to give it a shot. His phone exploded. He said, "I had that number for 20 years. His phone totally, I don't know what he did with it, but it exploded. That was the beginning of a friendship in a way. But it was Lindsey who had the last laugh, because while I blew up his phone all for one day, we became great friends, and Lindsey did not stop calling me for the next 10 years. It was not easy. I always cherish the memories of our golf games, and only because of his really, and I will say, this memorial service, it's so hard to say. A memorial service for Lindsey, it's hard to say. But I'll admit that one time Lindsey Graham and Annika Sorensen actually beat me and Gary Player together. Can you believe that? Annika played very well that day, actually. But right to the end, Lindsey carried in his golf bag the putter that once belonged to his dad, and he carried it with him with class and with a ring that was so beautiful of his mother. And they were laying right at his bedside. The night he died, they were there. He had him with him at all times. From that pool hall where his parents raised him to the halls of the United States Senate, where he was respected and loved, the son of South Carolina became one of the most important men in the most important country on earth. In a city where politicians often become jaded and cynical, Lindsey Graham never lost the old-fashioned American idealism that brought him to the highest levels of government and life. He took his duty seriously without taking himself too seriously. He was unwavering in his principles, but always willing to listen. He always wanted to listen. And one thing about Lindsey that we all know, he never quit. You wanted him to quit, you waited for him to quit, but he would never quit. Above all, Lindsey Graham loved America and he believed in the American people. If you shared that view, you had a friend in Lindsey. If you didn't share it, there was no fiercer or more constant opponent. Our nation needs more men and women like that great person sitting, laying, wherever he may be. I think I know where he is, and I think he's up there. I think he's watching us. I'm pretty sure of it. Scripture tells us that blessed is the man who remains steadfast under trial, for when he has stood the test, he will receive the crown of life. For 71 years, Lindsey Graham was strong and steadfast. As a brother, a senator, a warrior, and a patriot, he withstood every last test, every single test that you can go through and every trial. And now he wears the crown of life in heaven, reunited with his parents and reunited with his Lord. I end by saying something very, very special. Lindsey, we love you. God bless you. We will always be with you, and you were very, very special. Thank you. Thank you very much.
And there we have the statement from President Donald Trump at Lindsey Graham's funeral. We called him a tough senator, one of the first people that would make you laugh, one of the last people you really ever wanted to fight. He spoke in that statement about Graham's childhood living in a backroom bar, saying that they were, in fact, his first lessons in diplomacy, adding also that he went out on the peak of his career. The late senator died earlier this month and is described as a man of faith and a long-term public servant who devoted his life to the US. Zelensky had met with Donald Trump earlier, along with Netanyahu, and they're all in attendance at this funeral here of Lindsey Graham. We can go now to our US correspondent, David Blevins, who's at the Washington National Cathedral, where the service is taking place. David, Donald Trump joining Zelensky and Netanyahu at Lindsey Graham's funeral after high-level talks.
Yes, and a very personal tribute we've just heard from the President of the United States. He tended to veer away from the political arena, where he often goes, even on occasions like this. He described Lindsey Graham as a giant of the Senate, and the closest, I suppose, he came to the politics is when he described him as extremely hawkish and said he never saw a war he didn't like. And I suppose that is a reflection on this entire day, because they've paused for now to remember a long-serving Senate member, a man who represented South Carolina for more than 20 years. But of course, this morning it was all about the serious business of war, really, because we had both President Zelensky and Prime Minister Netanyahu meeting with President Trump. I should explain that President Trump was a very good friend in the end of Senator Graham, but they'd been on quite a journey. They went from enemies to friends, and in many ways Lindsey Graham represented the interventionist foreign policy of the United States, unwavering in his support for Ukraine and Israel, and that has been acknowledged by the fact that the two leaders have made their way here to Washington to attend the senator's funeral today. But the serious business, as I say, was done at the White House earlier in the day. Zelensky first through the door. He said afterwards they'd had a good meeting. They explored the potential for America licensing Ukraine to produce Patriot defence missiles, something they've been seeking for quite some time. He said they had explored the potential for fresh diplomatic efforts. He'd just left a few minutes when Benjamin Netanyahu came through the door. Potential for some friction there, because the Israeli Prime Minister is thought to be very concerned that America has moved, after 10 consecutive nights of strikes on Iran, to perhaps back to exploring the diplomatic options through dialogue. But again, after that meeting, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said it had been positive and productive. And then they came here, and the reflection is now here, because in death, as in life, Senator Lindsey Graham has brought America's allies together, united on this occasion, not by peace, but by war. And they've just heard from the Commander-in-Chief, a man who now has some very difficult decisions to take about war in Ukraine and war in Iran in the days ahead.
OK, David, thank you so much. Well, joining us now is the Chair of Republicans Overseas UK. It's Greg Swanson. Greg, thanks so much. Swenson, apologies. Thanks so much for joining us, Greg. Let's talk about Donald Trump's tribute there to Lindsey Graham. He described him as a tough cookie. How will you remember him today?
Yeah, same way. I mean, Lindsey Graham was, in fact, a powerful figure in the Senate, as the president pointed out in his remarks. And so, you know, they come along every 5 or 10 years. You know, you can think about, you know, John McCain. You can think about Lyndon Johnson back in the 50s before he became vice president. You know, there are, you know, some great senators that will make their mark. And I think Lindsey Graham surely will leave a mark in the history books.
And of course, Greg, this is a city full of VIPs and meetings behind closed doors today. Just tell us how significant a day this is, diplomatically speaking.
Yeah, it's a testament to Lindsey Graham that the leaders came in to his funeral. He obviously had a relationship with Ukraine, with President Zelensky, with Benjamin Netanyahu in Israel. He was a real champion of allies of America and always a force for good. He really believed that that Putin and the Russians were the bad guys, and that the in Gaza, it was Iran and the terrorist proxy groups that were the bad guys. And I think, he never forgot that. And even though we have, some isolationist wings in the party and in the country, and we have some people that are, quite naturally or that are averse to boots on the ground, completely understandable. But he was always an advocate for the good guys and was willing to be an interventionist, as you pointed out earlier. So, I think this is a moment where, he'll be missed from, that sort of interventionist, do the right thing crew here in Washington. Someone might fill his shoes at some point, but, he's always been an advocate for protecting and fighting for our allies. And you saw that again in Zelensky and Netanyahu being in attendance today.
And also, despite the meeting being behind closed doors in the Oval Office, it's such a turnaround in relations between the president and Volodymyr Zelensky. Who do you think is influencing that, is whispering in Trump's ear? There's lots of conversation about the MAGA crowd, including Laura Loomer.
Yeah, I'm not sure it was. I mean, yes, that definitely was, a relevant phone call or two that she made to the president while she was in Ukraine. No doubt about that. She was a big supporter of the president. They didn't agree on everything. She was very critical of accepting the 747 from the Qataris, for example. But I think the bigger influence was surely Lindsey Graham, and I think you got that in the remarks from the president. But I think that's been the case for several years now. And even though the president has had different views and changing views on Zelensky, on Ukraine, I think he always had Senator Graham whispering in his ear, and other people. You think about NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte and the Finnish president Alexander Stubb. These are friends of President Trump, but also very big advocates of supporting Ukraine and supporting Zelensky and really, arguing for the merits of backing Ukraine. So I don't, surely don't think it was just Laura Loomer. I mean, yes, the president is friends with her, but I surely wouldn't put her at the top of the list.
And then directly after, we had Netanyahu in this closed-door meeting with the president too. Do you think this says anything about the priorities of the Trump administration now?
Well, of course, and the priorities of Benjamin Netanyahu and President Trump are similar and probably overlap 90% of the time, but they're not perfectly aligned. I think obviously Israel is very concerned with any sort of a ceasefire that doesn't really prevent or even eliminate the current regime. And whereas I think the Americans have a different view, I think we look at, opening the Strait of Hormuz, making sure that there's no nuclear weapons capabilities for the regime. Of course, that's consistent with Benjamin Netanyahu as well. But that doesn't mean that our priorities are totally aligned. So I'm quite sure that Netanyahu expressed his concerns and the fact that, he suspects that they're already working on nuclear capabilities. And I think that's something that he wants to alert the president to. Obviously, the president's well aware of intelligence, but I do think, he welcomes Netanyahu. He wants to have that relationship, and it's a good one, even when they don't agree 100% of the time.
But just circling back to Volodymyr Zelensky in that meeting, in the middle of Lindsey Graham's funeral day, he's having meetings with Volodymyr Zelensky. I wonder if the passing of this great supporter of Ukraine does anything within Republicans' view of, that pro-Ukraine view, whether it dents, whether it does anything to take away from everything that Lindsey Graham had built up.
I think there were probably moments over the last 4 years where the passing of Lindsey Graham would have been really detrimental to the cause. But I think that we're at a new phase. The president and Zelensky sat down in Rome at Pope Francis's funeral. And I think that was one of the turning points, if not the biggest turning point. But also, the president likes a winner. I mean, the Ukrainians have done exceptionally well on the battlefield. The dynamics have changed with the drone technology. They were making 5,000 drones a year in 2022. Now they're making millions per year. So there's a real connection between, that connects the U.S. and Ukraine because of our common enemies, not only Russia, but obviously Iran, who's supplying Russia with drones. We've been fighting against the Shahed drones, the suicide drones, just like the Ukrainians have. So, I think we have a lot more in common, perhaps, than we did 4 years ago, or even 2 years ago when the president took office.
OK, we'll have to leave it there. Really fascinating to get your take today on such an important day for Americans. Greg
Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, detectives investigating the unsolved disappearance of Susi Lampu are facing a race against the clock, with the case set to be mothballed in 12 months' time. It's now 40 years since the young estate agent went missing after leaving her office to show a flat to a prospective client. Well, Sky's Martin Brunt has been exploring a theory that her body may have ended up in a West London canal. Here's his report.
It's 40 years since estate agent Susi Lampu vanished, presumed murdered. And since then, police have searched many places for her body, all in vain. But could her remains lie hidden in this canal, a few miles from where she was last seen, and dumped there by this man, John Cannan, the prime suspect? A sighting from a witness suggests it could be a possibility.
It was 5 o'clock in the morning, 2 or 3 days after Susi Lampu vanished, and the witness was walking along this canal towpath on his way to work when he saw coming towards him a man pushing or pulling a very large wrapped-up bag on some kind of suitcase trolley. He walked past the man, and the witness said he then heard a big splash. Did he go to the police?
He did. He went on 3 occasions to Brentford Police Station, and he told them what happened, but that statement or information never found its way to the murder investigation. And I was totally unaware of it until I got an email in 2019 telling me about it. And I passed that information to the police, to the cold case review team.
And what happened?
Nothing.
Why not?
Ask them. I don't understand the rationale. I would have meticulously searched that stretch of the canal. It's an outstanding line of inquiry as far as I'm concerned.
The Metropolitan Police say part of the canal was searched 5 years earlier in a separate investigation, and nothing was found relating to Susi. Jim Dickey says it wasn't the right spot and they should look again.
Yes, I have a dislike of inflated egos.
The witness also said he was certain it was the prime suspect, John Cannan, he saw wheeling the case beside the canal. Cannan, a convicted killer, was later named by police as the man they believe murdered Susi, though they didn't have enough evidence to charge him. He denied it was him and has died since.
It's one of the longest open investigations, so it's 40 years. John Cannan is a very good suspect. He remains our suspect in it, but I'm always keeping an open mind. We haven't got any forensics that links John Cannan to Susie Lamplugh at all, so that's why I'm keeping an open mind, that it may be that other people were also involved.
Intriguingly, DCI Foster said there were still potential witnesses police want to speak to.
There's about 30 people, I would say, that we need to get in contact with, try and trace them, that may hold additional information that we didn't have before.
The cold case team has announced that unless a significant new lead emerges, in a year's time, Susie's case will be put into a file titled Inactive. Susie left her office in Fulham around lunchtime to show a house to a client she noted in her work diary as Mr. Kipper. Witnesses saw her at the house, some with a man who resembled John Cannan. He'd just been freed from prison and was living nearby. That night, Susie's car was found abandoned a mile away. You want to find her?
Yes, you want, yeah. So you want to do the job.
Ultimately, we would love to find her, definitely.
Yeah.
But it's not.
You can't wait.
You can't. Yes, you can't wait. Yeah.
To find her. I like to remember her as she was. Susie was a vibrant, loved life. And I think if you think about where could she be, you're not going to remember how she was. You're going to think about what might have happened.
For her family, the 40th anniversary of Susie Lamplugh's death is a time to be positive, to share memories of her, even to joke, they say, about the things she did that made them laugh. But they also want to find her. Martin Brunt, Sky News.
I'm really pleased to say Martin's here now just to talk about all of this and a rare interview with Susie's family. How are they feeling about this 40th anniversary?
Yes, Tamsin and Lizzie, I'd never met them. Astonishing. I've been covering this story almost from day one. They were remarkably upbeat. They wanted to do the interview. It wasn't a case of us cajoling them into doing something. They kind of, I think, welcome these anniversaries because they're a moment to, ask questions of the police to find out what they're doing. And of course, it's publicity that might just prompt somebody who hasn't revealed something they know for the past 40 years to come forward, or any kind of clue to emerge. I thought they might dread the approach of anniversaries, but they're quite the opposite. They don't want to dwell on the details of what might have happened to their sister. I did say to them at one point during the interview, there's this new-ish sighting of a man dumping a suitcase in the canal in West London a couple of days after Susie vanished. And they said, look, we really don't want to know about that. We want to remember her as she was. And if the police decide they're going to investigate that potential sighting that could have been the disposal of her body, then, that's great if the police want to go and do it. But, we'll leave all those things to the police. We would dearly love to find out not what happened to her, but where she is. But they're not desperate. They're prepared to wait. And if information emerges in the next year or so, and they do discover where her remains are, they can give her the funeral that they've always been prevented from doing it.
And what's quite fascinating is that police say they're focusing on 30 new witnesses. What do we know about that, Martin?
Yes, it's slightly misleading, I think. They're not exactly new witnesses. These are people who, in some way or another, came into the investigation over the years. But the feeling is that they may not have been interrogated as well as they could have been. So, for instance, and they showed us the old card system, the index card system.
It was all quite, the pictures of that were quite interesting.
That's how murder investigations used to be collated. Information would come in and a card was written and put into the carousel along with, in this case, 26,000 others. So there are, amongst those card index, that system, around 30 people who the police think may not have been properly interrogated. So, for instance, if one card might say that Mr. John Smith came in with some information and there's a card index there, but they can't find the other card index that says that he gave a formal statement. So they want to find people like him and just, I mean, if he's still alive, that's one of the other big issues. But to try and trace these 30 or so potential witnesses to see if they gave all the information they had at the time to detectives at the time, and perhaps they didn't.
OK, we'll leave it there. More from Martin on the UK Tonight with Sarah Jane Mee, and she'll be looking at also Andy Burnham's efforts to try to get more young people into work by shaking up the education system.
What's the best thing about being a Sky News journalist?
Who's funnier?
Being a Sky News journalist.
A special edition of The World with me, Yalda Hakim.
Pakistan has the right to respond.
You're like, what?
Historic day here today. Congratulations, this is a huge moment. But what happens now?
It's 8 o'clock. This is the UK Tonight. Coming up, Andy Burnham's plans to prevent a lost generation. In another major policy announcement, the Prime Minister has set out his proposals to tackle youth unemployment with technical training for 14-year-olds and a new bursary to help get young people into apprenticeships.
We've had a system built for too long around the university route, and it sends a message to some young people that they're some kind of second-class citizens.
Well, there are more than 1 million young people neither working nor learning in this country, and that is a number that is on the rise. Successive Prime Ministers have promised action. We'll be discussing whether Andy Burnham can succeed where others have failed. Also ahead tonight, what could be the last chance to solve the 40-year mystery surrounding the disappearance of Susie Lamplugh. The estate agent went missing on this day back in 1986. I'll be joined by veteran crime correspondent Martin Brunt as the Met says that this investigation will be mothballed in 12 months' time. Plus, with more than 330,000 people displaced in Europe's wildfires, I'll speak to a British man who was forced from his home near Bordeaux in some of the worst conditions France has ever seen. Plus,
within around about a week.
Too close for comfort, the Shadow Home Secretary inadvertently gets a front row seat for a French shooting drill in the Channel. All that to come and much more here on the UK Tonight. But first tonight, 1 in 8 people aged 16 to 24 in the UK are not in education, employment or training. That's a number that is on the rise. A report by former Minister Alan Milburn claimed it could go up to 1 in 6 by 2031. And we risk leaving behind a lost generation of young people ill-prepared for work. Well, today, the Prime Minister announced his plan to do something about it, with education reforms that would put technical training on a par with academic classes and financial support for those wanting to start an apprenticeship. Mr Burnham isn't the first Prime Minister to promise to tackle this issue, but will his plans actually work? Our Midlands correspondent Siobhan Freeman-Powell has our first report tonight.
A taste of a trade.
That's it, keep
a
your heat
workshop in Stoke, hoping to spark an interest in technical careers for young people not in education, employment or training, otherwise known as NEETs.
Well, to be fair, I wasn't really doing nothing and I needed to get work.
Every career has to start somewhere, but for Jack, learning in a school setting was always a struggle. He says without this workshop, options are pretty limited.
I don't think I'll be working, to be honest, because I won't be working in a McDonald's or an Asda. Like, I won't be able to do it. I'll probably be on benefits or something.
Why do you say that? Why do you say you won't be able to do that?
I just can't. I'm not a people pleaser. Like, I don't like being stacking and talking to people. Like, I'd rather just build something and feel like I've achieved something.
It's these very people the government wants to target.
For decades, young people have been told that this leads to success and this doesn't. I'm not having that.
That's the video.
His head's fell off.
The Prime Minister says university education has been the priority for too long.
We've had a system built for too long around the university route, and it sends a message to some young people that they're some kind of second-class citizens. And it's just not right. They need an education system that works for them as well, that offers a path to all young people, that's balanced between academic and technical.
He says the earlier young people learn technical skills, the better, wanting Year 10s to be offered apprenticeships alongside core academic subjects like maths and English. A scheme already offered by the ADI Group, which took Charlie on as a pre-apprentice at 14.
It gave me like a really solid path to a career that I was like passionate about and something that's always going to be in demand because everyone needs engineers. So it just gave me like a clear goal and like some security when I finish my apprenticeship.
The Prime Minister has also pledged to fund more college places and extra support to businesses ready to take young people on. But questions remain over how these ambitions will work in practice, particularly in parts of the country lacking industry.
We work with a lot of young people where large group sizes and large building spaces can be quite intimidating. So for us, having our small niche network is something that's really important. So I'd kind of push the Prime Minister to think about how we can incentivise all training opportunities for young people and not just the large college.
The government wants to change perceptions so technical education will become a first choice, not a fallback, so more young people can gain skills to unlock opportunities and meet the needs of the economy. Siobhan Freeman-Powell, Sky News.
We're going to put that now, mate. Let's go this side because we're going to test it.
Well, I'm joined now by the Labour MP Patrick Hurley, who's a member of the Work and Pensions Committee. Also joining us tonight, Nathan Coe, the Chief Executive of Auto Trader, and Amanda Marsh. She is the Director of Careers Education at North Chadderton School in Greater Manchester. Thank you all for joining us on the programme this evening to talk about Andy Burnham's plans for the futures of young people. Let's speak to Patrick Hurley first. How desperately is action needed in this area? And are these plans a step in the right direction?
Yeah, so thanks for having me on this evening. I'm really pleased to see these plans being announced this morning. For too long, we've been failing young people in this country. I was a governor at a further education college for the best part of 10 years, and so many of the criticisms I used to get as a governor were that the local employers weren't getting what they needed in terms of the skills that the young people were learning on our courses. And I think that we're almost at a risk of losing a whole generation of young people coming into the labour market, into the jobs market, without the skills to do the jobs that are needed in this country. There's a lot of work that needs to be done in this country, and there's a lot of people need work. But for too long, we've had this kind of skills mismatch. I'm really cautiously hopeful, I think, at the announcement this morning that that'll address that skills gap.
Yeah, a skills gap, a skills mismatch. As you said, it's been talked about for some time by successive governments. Andy Burnham, through his work in Greater Manchester as the Mayor of Greater Manchester, introduced the MBAC, which is the Manchester Baccalaureate qualification. He introduced that a couple of years ago now. Amanda, I'm going to bring you in at this point because your school has taken that on. Just explain to those who aren't familiar with the MBAC what it is and what the benefit of it is.
Hi, yeah, so basically the MBAC is, it's more than a curriculum. It's where we sort of have that connectivity between employers and students. So what happens at the age of 14 is that students in year 9 or 10 will have a look at a website called Beeline. They'll have a look at different options for technical education, for career pathways, and it'll help them sort of decide whether they want to go either academic or technical. They're not sure. A lot of people age 14 are totally not sure at all. And it gives them that choice of options. But more than sort of a curriculum, what it does, it gives it that important link with employers. So us as a school, we've really benefited from it. So we've had big businesses, small businesses, local businesses, national businesses coming into our school. We've had students going out to the school, and that's from age 14 all the way up to age 18. They've managed to have placements there, work encounters there, and work experience there. And because of that, we've been really, really fortunate that we've had every single student from age 16 placed on education or training pathways. And we can probably say that that's as a result of those really good connections that we've had with those businesses. And that wouldn't be so good if we'd not got the Manchester Baccalaureate.
Yeah, let's bring in one of those businesses, Auto Trader, Nathan Coe, Chief Executive of Auto Trader. The MBAC being used as an example of something that the Prime Minister is now trying to adopt nationwide, and it seems to have been a success in Greater Manchester. From a business point of view, how does this partnership work?
So when it comes to putting the MBAC together, the businesses were really heavily involved, and it's not just the MBAC itself, it's T-levels and it's the other approaches to building paths into organisations in the local area with relevant skills. And it's interesting that a lot of the talk in your previous story was about the trades, but our business is a technology business. Our number one recruitment is computer science, which has typically been seen as an academic career, but through the MBAC, through T-levels, through apprenticeships, we're increasingly bringing people into that, which previously was excluded, and it was really only a university path that could lead you into that career. So I think it's hugely positive.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Because the pathways aren't just to trades, they are, as you said, to digital and tech, and also to NHS, health and care professions as well in the Greater Manchester area. Patrick Hurley, the Prime Minister is also big on the decentralisation of government and the devolution of power, this Manchester model, tailoring skills and qualifications to what is needed locally. That is going to be difficult in other areas of the UK. When you think of Greater Manchester, a big connected city, a lot of big business there. In other areas of the country, rural areas for Cornwall, like Cornwall, for example, that may well be more difficult.
Yeah, I think that nobody underestimates the challenge of making sure that the right skills are promoted in the right areas here. There's a lot wrong with this country and a lot that needs to be done. But I think that the kind of the devolution agenda that you're alluding to there, it's almost a kind of a paradox, isn't it? That you follow Manchester and what Manchester has succeeded in over the last 10 or 15 years by doing what's appropriate for your local area and your local leaders with skin in the game, who know their local areas, who know their businesses, who know what the families and the communities need. If you devolve power to the local people and the regional mayors and the regional council leaders, you get results. And you get results not by doing what Manchester's done in Greater Manchester, but you get results by doing what's appropriate for your local area and your local people.
Yeah, and of course, if you qualify and have a pathway, it doesn't have to be a job in a local area. You can still go outside your local area to find a job with the skill set that you have through whatever pathway it may be. Amanda, what has been the feedback from parents and from students? Because you talk about the success you've had with the MBAC and the success rate you've had with getting pupils from education straight into work. Because it's not a one-size-fits-all approach for education. That's been the criticism of the education in England for so long, that it's been too academic, and people have been quite sniffy about technical qualifications, skills-based qualification. That is changing because the world of work is fundamentally changing.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, for us, we do have the majority of our students, around 60-odd%, who do want that academic route. And we obviously encourage that. There's a very clear route to academic success and to UCAS and to university. What our students have been wanting is that clear path, that clear line of sight to apprenticeships, to degree apprenticeships, to the world of work. And so what we found is that our students have been asking for this. They've been wanting to have experiences of businesses. At 14, 15, students don't know what they want to be. And if we just don't introduce them to different careers, then how do we inspire them? How do we get them wanting to go into work? How do we get them wanting to know what they want to do? And so those experiences that those businesses are offering to these students are just so key in ensuring that they're on the right pathway. So we want all our students, parity for students of all shapes and sizes, to make sure that they are on the right pathway, whether that's an academic pathway or a technical pathway. And that's what our parents want, that's what our students want, and that's hopefully what this is delivering, and it certainly is for Manchester.
Yeah, and Nathan, outside of Manchester, if this takes off and this model is taken nationwide, that puts a lot of pressure on business, because we talk about one of the key elements here of this pathway is work experience and meaningful placements. Can businesses up and down the country cope with the demand, potentially hundreds of thousands of teenagers looking for not just a job, but the steps that get them into that, which is work experience?
I mean, I don't think it's really a question that we ask ourselves at all. I don't think there's anyone in Auto Trader that's worked with our apprentices or graduates that would see this as a cost that we're bearing for some broader social good. Of course, it does have those fantastic outcomes for young people that felt like they might have otherwise be one of the 1 million people unemployed. But as a business, we get back very enthusiastic students, but they're very often very smart people that just don't fit into the system as it's defined today. And as a result, we have more computer scientists moving their way through the organisation. Those skill sets, every business leader will tell you it's hard to find really good people. Well, I think on percentage terms, we get some of our very best people through these early career programs. They're loyal, they're smart, they do great work, and they're all the things that we're looking for in any employee, actually, and they move very quickly through their careers as well.
Patrick, the world of work is changing faster than the education system. We know that. Andy Burnham's trying to catch up. But how much harder is that going to be? Because, you know, there's been a lot of talk about AI, for example, making many of those entry-level jobs in some sectors redundant. The world of work is changing at pace. How confident are you that education can keep up with that?
Yeah, so education definitely does need to keep up with the changing world of work, but more generally, government policy does. Prime Minister's been clear that he wants to reindustrialise the economy of the UK, and that's going to bring jobs and opportunities in manufacturing, in clean energy, defence, life sciences, food production, all of the stuff where the next generation of industry and the next generation of jobs is going to come from. And I think that that also brings in its own challenges in terms of how the education system copes. So the education and training system then needs to make sure that what the young people of 2026 are being taught is going to be appropriate for the economy of 2036 and 2046. You know, we should have been starting this conversation maybe 20, 25 years ago, but better late than never, and more power to his elbow. I just hope that we've not left it too late for the next generation.
Yeah, well, indeed, that is a good note to end this on. Big changes potentially coming and big challenges ahead. But what alternative is there? Over 1 million young people not in employment, educational training, that number on the rise. Patrick Hurley, Labour MP, member of the Work and Pensions Committee, Amanda Marsh from North Chadderton School, and Nathan Coe, Chief Exec of Auto Trader. Thank you so much for your contribution this evening. I really appreciate it.
Okay.
Now, a man has been found guilty of murdering 2 men that he met in a homeless shelter in Cornwall after being convicted of killing his cellmate while he was on remand. We can get up to date on this story. Sky's Oliver Whitfield-Mirchich has been following it for us. What's been said today? What have police had to say, Oliver?
Well, one of the things that we'd heard from James Desborough when he spoke to police officers as they were investigating these 2 men who were missing was that he told one of the forensic officers he was a fan of Dexter. Now, this is a hit TV crime show where a police expert works for the authorities by day, but by night goes and kills people and then hides their bodies. And that's exactly what he did. In the case of Claudio Aquilino, he burnt his bones into 1,900 pieces. That took the police months to find and put back together. He, in the case of Daniel Coleman, dismembered that body and then put it into a shallow grave not too far away from his woodland home. He was last seen with both of his victims, the last person that he was seen with, and killing them a month and a half apart from each other. You know, this is somebody that really took great pleasure in killing, somebody that had planned this. There was documents that the police had found. So a really harrowing case when you look at all of the details that came out in that court case.
And, of course, there is another victim in all of this as well, Oliver.
Yes, there is. So he was found guilty not only of killing Claudio Aquilino and Daniel Coleman. Whilst he was waiting to go for his trial, he was obviously held in prison. And in prison, he had a cellmate who apparently was snoring too loudly for Desborough's liking. And so he strangled him to death, moving the body so the police officers or the prison officers wouldn't know that he had necessarily been killed. So he killed 3 people in the space of 5 months. Somebody that really had a thirst to kill, a serial killer. And we had this from the police earlier on. This is Detective Superintendent Rachel Bentley from Devon and Cornwall Police saying Desborough not only brutally murdered both men, the men in this trial, but then savagely desecrated their bodies, seeking to hide the evidence of his crime. And in doing so, he denied both men of dignity and their families the opportunity to say goodbye. Now, we're expecting the sentencing to take place tomorrow back at Winchester Crown Court.
Oliver, thank you. Oliver Whitfield-Mirchich there with the details of that case. Still to come on the UK tonight. The Hull funeral director described as pure evil. More details from court. Also ahead, the battle to contain Europe's wildfires. We'll hear from a Brit living near Bordeaux. And police continue to search for witnesses in the case of Susie Lamplugh, missing 40 years on. We'll hear from crime commentator Martin Bond. A former funeral director who has admitted to preventing the burials of 30 people and to giving families the wrong ashes has been described as pure evil by one of his victims. Robert Bush is being sentenced after pleading guilty to 67 offences. Families today have been describing their anger and anguish at what happened to their relatives after police discovered bodies and ashes at Bush's business in Hull in 2024. Sky's Charlotte Leeming has the latest.
Courts of law are, of course, usually places of procedure and order, but today it's been about people and those people who have lost parents, partners, siblings and babies, very much about their personal stories of loss and pain. Some people sobbed in court as they shared what had happened to them. Others sounded angry, some very overwhelmed, but determined to say their piece. We heard story after story of lives that had been ruined. We heard from the family of 80-year-old Jim Porter. His body was recovered at the Legacy Funeral Firm weeks after his death, with his hospital identification band still on his wrist and his ankle. His family thought he'd been cremated. His daughter Tina Thames said, "I had nightmares and thoughts of bodies just piled up came into my mind. The only way I can describe it is like seeing images of the bodies found in Auschwitz during the war." The court also heard from Jasmine Beverley, who lost her baby Sonny. She asked Bush to organise his funeral, his cremation. Sonny was later found at the funeral parlour, and that was nearly 2 months after his death. She said the discovery made her have suicidal thoughts, and we spoke to Jasmine earlier this year.
I trusted him with the most important person in my life, one of my children, and he let me down. It's evil. That's all I could say. It's evil.
So many stories of people dealing with psychological, emotional and physical impact of these offences. 2 years on, many said they were now unable to work, unable to sleep, unable to socialise, that their lives had been ruined. The court heard Bush breach the trust put on him by grieving vulnerable families. Terry White was recovered from the parlour 2 months after his death at the age of 73. His family collected ashes from a crematorium, but they had no recollection of him being cremated. His daughter Angela said Bush treated him like a piece of meat, saying he knew exactly what he was doing. He stripped all dignity from our loved ones, and for what? Money. He disgusts me. He pleaded guilty to charges, including keeping bodies for months after they should have been cremated, giving out the wrong ashes and taking money for funeral plans. And all this when people were grieving. He was described in court by one witness as a con man. And throughout it all, he just looked down at the floor impassively, not once looking at the families who were facing him. But they had their moment in court at last to speak directly to him, to share those very personal stories of anguish and anger. And this hearing continues tomorrow morning.
Let's get the latest now on the wildfires raging across Europe, with firefighters in France and Spain continuing to battle blazes as they brace for a new heat wave this week. Hundreds of thousands of people have already been forced to flee their homes, and today another 4,000 were told to evacuate from Lacanau near to Bordeaux. French authorities say there has been a significant flare-up in Cap Ferret, a coastal area to the west of the city, with aerial firefighting resources deployed. Let's speak now to Gary Brooks from the Bordeaux British community, who joins me now from Biscarrosse, around 40 miles southwest of Bordeaux. Gary, good to have your company this evening. First of all, what situation are you in at the moment? What's been happening over the last 24, 48 hours?
Well, we returned home on Sunday afternoon, and our house has not been touched by the fires. But there are properties that are closer to the woods that have been destroyed.
What kind of information have you been getting over the past few days? Because from those I've spoken to that have been affected in the Bordeaux region have said there is no sense of panic, but there is a real sense of urgency from those areas that are being evacuated as precaution.
Yes, if I could say that there are two major fires here. There's the Gironde fire going down to Cap Ferret, as you've described. But there's also been quite a big fire near Biscarrosse, started by a white van who caught fire and near to the edge of the road, but it was close enough for the forest to take fire. And this spread all around the outside of the eastern side of the town. Let me explain, there are, in my mind, 3 causes of evacuations from the areas. There's the fire itself. Obviously, if people are very close to the fire, they need to get away from it. But it's mainly the smoke that's causing a lot of these evacuations. And the authorities also want to keep the roads clear, obviously, for the pompiers and the police to pass quickly and efficiently through the area and get the water to where the fires are burning. So there's for different people. You've got people with transport who can get in their car and follow the authorities' instructions as how to get out of the area quickly. You've got people who haven't got transport, who need to go to community centres and the old and little mobility. So you've got a lot of different types of support that are going on at the time. So the communication actually is very good. It's through texts from the Mary, it's through the Facebook pages we have, it's through our WhatsApp groups, because we've got friends all over the village who are sharing different experiences as we go along. And there's, of course, the TV. There are very good local channels that are communicating with us.
You are part of a big community of Brits out there in the region, and as you said, you're all grouping together because there's a huge effort to tackle the fires, but also a huge evacuation effort and efforts to keep people safe in the areas they are in. What kind of stories have you been hearing from fellow Brits in the area?
Well, we got offers from a lot of Brits when we were evacuating, to go to them and share their beds and so on. In fact, later on, they were impacted by the fires approaching Bordeaux and have disappeared in camper vans to friends' families and into hotels and sheets. So, yeah, there's been different ways in which people have been communicating with me and offering support.
Yeah, offering support. And in terms of tackling the fires, I know you're there with your wife. What have you seen in terms of that? We understand that, you know, aerial efforts are continuing to try and tackle this blaze and keep it under control, and this could take weeks.
Well, we had a fire in 2022 between Arcachon and Biscarrosse, but on the other side of the lake. So it didn't actually approach the villages. And from that, they've learned how to create fire breaks in the forest. We have 2 Canadair aeroplanes that dip down into the lakes, pick up water and spray. And now in the Gironde area, they've got an A400 on trial that picks up 6 times the amount of water that a Canadair does. So the French require more of those for future fires, obviously. If I go back to the actual evacuation, we have a friend, Carol, and a 2-year-old granddaughter that went to a couple of friends who had their granddaughter. And I said, if the smoke gets too much, you come to me. And so Thursday night, they were with us. And an old elderly couple that I look after, he's 96 and she's 83. They'd gone to the community centres, but were sat in the car for a long time, and he was getting very tired. So they came to us around 10:30 in the evening, and the 4 families spent the night together in my house. But the evacuation was imminent. It was going to happen with the smoke descending quickly. And at 6 o'clock in the morning, one of the volunteer police force arrived on the doorstep saying we had 30 minutes to vacate. We got into our cars, and the only road available then was through a military base near the coast. and the road is not normally accessible. It's close to the public. But the military were guarding it for 30 kilometres, they have, down to a place called Mimizan, where our elderly couple finished up in support, very good support that was offered down there in hotels and in campsites. And we went on to my friend's daughter's, 100 kilometres south, and Carol and her granddaughter went to her daughter in Bordeaux. So we had a plan, we executed that, and we waited for 2 days until the authorities communicated that my house, certainly in the sector we are, because we're in an urbanisation, it's unlikely that the fire can reach us. We were told on Saturday night from 8 o'clock we could move back, but we waited till Sunday afternoon to allow any smoke to clear. And throughout all that, there were no traffic jams that we had. Cars were moving through the military zone at 70 kilometres an hour. It was policed. It was very well organised and controlled. The houses were monitored for burglaries by the local police, and there's a systematic communications from the Mary, good support from the nurses who were supporting these community centres. I lost touch with this elderly couple and was able to track them through the John Downs and the nurses who called on me and said, they're trying to contact you. Will you accept them back into the house? So they came back Monday night, and they're in their house tonight.
Oh, well, listen, Gary, cool, calm heads all round. It all sounds very orderly and, as you said, the community all rallying together and all doing for each other what you can, and the authorities assisting you. Thank you so much for coming on to talk to us, and we wish you all the best because, of course, this is an ongoing situation. Gary Brooks, Vice President of Bordeaux Brits, thank you.
Thank you, Sarah Jane. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, next tonight to one of the UK's longest missing person cases, the disappearance of Susie Lamplugh. Susie was a 25-year-old estate agent in West London who vanished after leaving her office to show a flat to a prospective client. It's now 40 years since she disappeared, and the Metropolitan Police say they're hoping to track down 30 witnesses they still want to speak to. Martin Brunt has this report.
It's 40 years since estate agent Susie Lamplugh vanished, presumed murdered. And since then, police have searched many places for her body, all in vain. But could her remains lie hidden in this canal, a few miles from where she was last seen, and dumped there by this man, John Cannan, the prime suspect? A sighting from a witness suggests it could be a possibility. It was 5 o'clock in the morning, 2 or 3 days after Susie Lamplugh vanished, and the witness was walking along this canal towpath on his way to work when he saw coming towards him a man pushing or pulling a very large wrapped-up bag on some kind of suitcase trolley. He walked past the man, and the witness said he then heard a big splash. Did he go to the police?
He did. He went on 3 occasions to Brentford Police Station, and he told them what happened, but that statement or information never found its way to the murder investigation. And I was totally unaware of it until I got an email in 2019 telling me about it. And I passed that information to the police, to the cold case review team.
And what happened?
Nothing.
Why not?
Ask them. I don't understand the rationale. I would have meticulously searched that stretch of the canal. It's an outstanding line of inquiry as far as I'm concerned.
The Metropolitan Police say part of the canal was searched 5 years earlier in a separate investigation, and nothing was found relating to Susie. Jim Dickey says it wasn't the right spot and they should look again.
Yes, I have a dislike of inflated egos.
The witness also said he was certain it was the prime suspect, John Cannan, he saw wheeling the case beside the canal. Cannan, a convicted killer, was later named by police as the man they believe murdered Susie, though they didn't have enough evidence to charge him. He denied it was him and has died since.
It's one of the longest open investigations, so it's 40 years. John Cannan is a very good suspect. He remains our suspect in it, but I'm always keeping an open mind. We haven't got any forensics that links John Cannan to Susie Lamplugh at all, so that's why I'm keeping an open mind, that it may be that other people were also involved.
Intriguingly, DCI Foster said there were still potential witnesses police want to speak to.
There's about 30 people, I would say, that we need to get in contact with, try and trace them, that may hold additional information that we didn't have before.
The cold case team has announced that unless a significant new lead emerges, in a year's time, Susie's case will be put into a file titled Inactive. Susie left her office in Fulham around lunchtime to show a house to a client she noted in her work diary as Mr. Kipper. Witnesses saw her at the house, some with a man who resembled John Cannan. He'd just been freed from prison and was living nearby. That night, Susie's car was found abandoned a mile away. You want to find her?
Yes, you want, yeah. So you want to do the job.
Ultimately, we would love to find her, definitely.
Yeah.
But it's not.
You can't wait.
You can't. Yes, you can't wait. Yeah.
To find her. I like to remember her as she was. Susie was a vibrant, loved life. And I think if you think about where could she be, you're not going to remember how she was. You're going to think about what might have happened.
For her family, the 40th anniversary of Susie Lamplugh's death is a time to be positive, to share memories of her, even to joke, they say, about the things she did that made them laugh. But they also want to find her. Martin Brunt, Sky News.
Martin's with me in the studio now. Martin, what jumped out at me from your report was the fact that police want to speak to 30 people. This is a case that is 40 years old, yet there are still 30 people they want to talk to about Susie Lamplugh's disappearance.
Yes, it's slightly misleading. These aren't 30 people that they've had no contact with. This comes from a review of all the evidence, and I don't know if we saw it in that report, but in other reports I've done today, the police were very keen to show us the old card index system that they used in those days. All murder investigations before computers had these card index systems, and within them are there's information from individuals. That's basically what this card system is. So, for instance, I mean, this explains what they're going to be doing over the next year. The officer in charge said that there might be a John Smith. There's a card with John Smith's name on it, and he called the police in 1987. But there isn't another card that says what happened, whether he gave a formal statement, whether he was properly interviewed. So it's people like that they want to go back and trace. Now, a lot of them, I guess, or some of them at least, aren't going to be around anymore because of the passage of time. But they want to go back and make sure that everybody they've identified in those 30 did give police the information that they volunteered. But like many other investigations of those days, it's true that the police got overwhelmed with the amount of information that was coming in, and they might have, put John Smith's name when he phoned up and said, "I've got something to tell you," wrote a card and put it in the system. But then they were so overwhelmed with the amount of information and the number of people that they had to contact.
Did they follow up properly on everything?
Yeah,
was it
Mr.
cross-checked
Smith,
with other
maybe he wasn't
pieces of information?
asked to give a proper statement.
Yeah. So that's what they're going to be doing over the course of the next year. Why one more year? Why this time frame?
Well, they've got a few people working on the squad. They've got 30 people to try and trace. They think it's going to take them a year to find out exactly where those people are, and if they are still alive and they can locate them, to go and interview them. They just think 12 months will be adequate time, and if at the end of that 12-month period there are no new leads, no new clues, then the case gets put in the what they call the inactive file, which means that it becomes dormant. It's not closed forever, but it will sit there. There won't be an active police squad looking at the Susie Lamplugh case, but if any new information were to emerge, any new forensic technique that's developed that could be applied to material that they've got within the file, then it could be reopened.
And an interesting development was the police saying that they now believe other people may have been involved. Is that a new development?
Well, this was quite intriguing. The police did a briefing for crime reporters, and of course they were asked about this guy John Cannan, who famously and very unusually in 2002 Scotland Yard said was the prime suspect. They named him, but they said they didn't have enough evidence to charge him. They wanted to charge him, but the Crown prosecutors said there isn't quite enough evidence. So the assumption was that all the police involved assumed or believed that he was the man who'd abducted and killed Susie Lamplugh. But interestingly, when we interviewed the senior officer today, she said, well, you know, I'm keeping an open mind. There's no forensic link to John Cannan. Perhaps there are other people who were involved. And it's not quite clear whether she thinks somebody was helping John Cannan. I think that's probably what she meant. Or whether she's suggesting that maybe it wasn't John Cannan and it was a complete stranger who's never been in the system before.
And finally, Martin, you know, you've covered this case since the first day. You've followed it for the last 40 years, and you interviewed Susie Lamplugh's sisters for your report, and that's the first time you've met them. I wonder what kind of sense you got as someone that's been following it for so long. They've lived this for 40 years. What's the family's overall feeling about where this will end up? They still have hope and they still want answers.
They want to know where Susie is.
Yeah.
So that they can collect her remains and give her, you know, the funeral that she's never had. But they were remarkably upbeat. I was quite surprised. I thought they might approach all these anniversaries, you know, the 10-year, the 20-year, 30-year, now the 40th year, with some kind of trepidation. But they didn't have to be persuaded to talk to us. They were very keen. I guess they saw this as an opportunity to get some more publicity, just in case there is somebody out there who still has information. But again, they see it as a time to celebrate Susie's life. I asked them about this alleged sighting of somebody dumping a suitcase in the canal just round the corner from here, 3 days after Susie disappeared, a man who looked like John Cannan. They really didn't want to dwell on that. They're not interested in the details of what happened to her. They want to remember her as she was. But they want to find her, of course. And as they said, you know, they're getting on a bit. They were both younger than Susie, one by 10 years. And they've got, one of them has, I can't remember if Tamsin or Lizzie has a daughter at 25, who's the same age as Susie was when she vanished. But they had a big family gathering in May on Susie's birthday. And they both said, we had a wonderful time just remembering her and laughing about the things she did that made us laugh, not dwelling on, you know, the horror that she must have gone through.
Yeah. And as a family, never giving up hope in her name. Martin, thank you so much. Martin Brunt there, our crime commentator on the unsolved case of Susie Lamplugh, 40 years on. Thank you. Still to come here on the UK Tonight, the Shadow Home Secretary inadvertently getting a front row seat for a French shooting drill in the Channel. Details on the way. And why Gianni Infantino and FIFA are coming under fire from UEFA and the Prime Minister.
This program is delivered by DHL, the official logistics partner of VSL.
Welcome to the DHL Sports Hub on Sky News. Coming up, we're going to hear from both camps as an all-British heavyweight fight between Anthony Joshua and Tyson Fury edges ever closer. And we're with the golfer who got to his first professional victory in less tournaments than Tiger Woods, the American Jackson Coyven, after he sees off the world number one, Scottie Scheffler, to win the 3M Open. But we start with Formula One and a rejuvenated Lando Norris, who insists the pressure is all on the championship leader Kimi Antonelli when the season resumes with the Dutch Grand Prix next month after a 4-week summer break. Norris finally won his first race as world champion with a dominant performance in Hungary on Sunday, as McLaren's big upgrade package made its mark, finishing 15 seconds clear of second place Max Verstappen and nearly 4 more in front of Antonelli. It was certainly a day of encouragement for the Briton. Norris is still 91 points adrift of the Mercedes driver, so appreciates it's a big gap to overcome, but hasn't ruled it out.
Kimi Antonelli has a big points advantage. Can you put the pressure on him on the second half of the season? He's a young guy. I mean, does this make you believe you can take it to the later rounds, maybe?
How many points behind him?
98, I think it is.
98?
It's not 90 odd. But look, Max was similar.
He should feel the pressure, that's for sure.
You know what I mean, don't you?
98, that'll be done in like 2 races, so, or 10. But yeah, I mean, the pressure's on him for sure. There's no pressure on me. I've been feeling very confident. They've been making more mistakes as a team, and we've made less, and we've certainly come strong, but I expect them to still win races. I expect us to win more races. We just need to be perfect from here on out for the whole year. We need to improve the car still. It was certainly better. We were certainly the quickest all weekend from quali to race, but not every race is going to be this simple, and are we going to be as quick? So we need to work hard to try and get the car to be this good everywhere, and if we can, then maybe that's a genuine question.
Great to see the car being competitive for a pole position, being competitive for a victory. Good to see, great to see that hard work has been rewarded. Thank you very much to all the men and women at McLaren for having been so committed in the design and delivery of the upgrades. Lando was in condition to squeeze every single millisecond off the car, which was good enough yesterday for the pole position, which I think it was 12 milliseconds or something. But today, if anything, the pace was even more encouraging. As soon as Lando was in the lead, I think he proved that he had a decent margin. So great news there, but obviously quite a lot of work to do on reliability.
So, plenty for Norris to enjoy with his team afterwards, but it wasn't all good for McLaren. Oscar Piastri got ahead of Norris on the opening lap, but a minor collision with Carlos Sainz in 17th later slowed his progress. Now, Piastri was unhappy. Norris got to pit without the Australian having a chance to re-establish himself first, with Norris taking the lead and going on to win from there. Piastri did join the post-race celebrations, but admits he was frustrated by what happened.
Getting taken out by a back mark is never really one of the things you think can go wrong, but I was proven wrong. And then obviously the gearbox, so not the easiest of days.
Were you disappointed to be pitted into that traffic, or was it the timing of the stop in particular you weren't happy with?
No, I mean, I was more just that I'd been crashed into by Carlos, and in the moment I was hoping maybe they would not pit Lando because of that incident, to at least give me the chance to stay in the lead, but I think that's not very reasonable.
So one to forget then for Piastri, who falls to 7th as he's overtaken in the standings by Verstappen. Norris is now within 10 points of 4th place Charles Leclerc, while Antonelli's podium place means his advantage over Lewis Hamilton increases to 50 points. George Russell was 7th after his car went into anti-stall. Leclerc was 4th, with the Monegasque driver also taking his first DHL fastest lap of the season. That came on lap 58 of 70, and it was exactly 0.3 of a second better than his Ferrari teammate Hamilton's best effort on the next rotation. There was the best DHL fastest pit stop of the season from Racing Bull's Arvid Lindblad. He posted a visit of 1.99 seconds. Red Bull's junior team are now just 6 points behind second place Ferrari in those standings. And while Norris was a popular winner, it was Verstappen who was chosen as driver of the day, presented by Salesforce. The four-time champion still impressing despite his frustration with his car, as he took 18.9% of the vote. Well, it wasn't just Piastri who was left thinking of what might have been. Hamilton also rued taking a third pit stop during a virtual safety car when his race rivals Verstappen and Antonelli didn't come in, with the decision compounded further by the fact that he was then given this 5-second penalty for going over the pit lane speed limit by just 0.1 kilometres an hour.
Is there any regret that you took the pit stop, that final one?
Yeah, I definitely don't think we should have taken the stop. But the call came literally just before the pit lane entry, and I didn't have time to debate. And you've got to trust that there's a decision that's been taken. But in hindsight, my tyres were totally fine. I was probably going to lose out to Max, but I think I could have kept third at least. And then, yeah, just open up the door to obviously the penalty that I got at the end.
Away from Budapest, the Bahrain Grand Prix has been added back into this year's schedule following its cancellation in April, although it's taking place in Malaysia. The event was postponed due to the conflict in the Middle East. It'll now be held at Sepang in between races in Azerbaijan and Singapore, bringing the total number of rounds this year up to 23. On to boxing, and Anthony Joshua says it's time to make the proposed fight with his fellow British heavyweight Tyson Fury happen, after both men won on their returns to the ring. Joshua survived a knockdown in the first 20 seconds against Christian Prenga in Saudi Arabia before ending the contest with a powerful combination in the second round. Now his attention turns to concluding a deal to take on Fury after months of speculation over whether it will happen. And he's hopeful of delivering what fans want.
There's two sides of this thing. One is fire. You have to have that vim, but also there's respect. I respect everything he's done and everything that he's achieved, but as a fighting person and as someone who has been calling for this fight for a long time, we're here now. Shout out to His Excellency. Shout out to Eddie Hearn for making these opportunities possible, and I hope the fans will be in for a lovely treat.
As for Fury, he took 7 rounds to see off Poland's Mariusz Wach in front of a 1,500-strong crowd in Thailand. The self-proclaimed Gypsy Kings manager, Spencer Brown, is confident a clash with Joshua will take place, with London's Wembley Stadium a possible venue.
He's faced everybody in his career. Anybody that's been any good, anybody who's been top, he's faced them all. So this is just another name to him. It's just another day's work. Obviously, it's a bigger picture, bigger scenario. There's a lot on the line. It's bragging rights as well, isn't it? He's not bothered in the least, honestly. He's like that with every fight. He goes to work. That's what he does. He boxes. We'll fight anywhere, any place, any time, anywhere. Don't matter to us.
So if you had a perfect choice of a venue, though, Spencer, what would you choose for this fight? What does it deserve?
Wembley. Simple.
Now, could we be about to see the type of rise in golf that surpasses even that of the legendary Tiger Woods? Well, his fellow American Jackson Koiven has just claimed his first ever PGA Tour title, and he took less tournaments to do it than the 15-time major winner. Koiven built on his brilliant score of 61 on Saturday with a bogey-free 66 on the final day of the 3M Open in Minnesota to win by 3 shots from the world number 1 Scotty Scheffler. It came just 24 days after he turned professional. He's only the 8th player since 1970 to win a PGA event in 3 starts or less, with Woods himself taking 5 for his first victory.
I definitely had some nerves coming down on 18, but, you know, all throughout the crowd, I kept hearing Scotty's coming, and I just tried to tone that out and keep playing the golf I knew I could, and was able to find some good putts coming down the stretch. I mean, I just love this game. I love golf. It's everything I do. I have a tough time getting away from it, but like I said, it's been love at first sight, and just want to say thanks to my parents for helping me get into this and supporting me throughout the entire journey.
Is it fair to say this is just the beginning?
Yes, ma'am.
This program is delivered by DHL, the official logistics partner of VSL.
Tonight, dozens trapped and several dead after a powerful earthquake struck southern Japan. This is the moment an explosion rocked a shopping centre after the tremors. Rescuers fear up to 30 employees are still under the rubble. Across the country, buildings swayed and many collapsed. Hundreds of thousands are spending the night in shelters. Also coming up, a busy day at the White House as Donald Trump struggles to end two wars. First the Ukrainian president, then the Israeli prime minister stopped by the Oval Office. Tonight, we'll focus on why the wars they're both embroiled in could soon collide. In France and Spain, firefighters brace for the fourth heatwave of the summer. And why the Shadow Home Secretary is accusing the French Navy of intimidation in the Channel. It's all coming up on The World with me, Yalda Hakim. We begin tonight with an unfolding emergency in Japan after a powerful earthquake shook the south of the country. It left 100 people injured and dozens trapped, presumed dead. The 6.8 magnitude quake struck at 4:27 p.m. local time and was strong enough to be felt in neighbouring South Korea. The epicenter was on Japan's main south island of Kyushu. Officials say around 30 people are unreachable at a collapsed shopping mall, while several people are missing after a chimney caved in at a paper mill. Helen Smith has tonight's first report.
The aftermath looks almost otherworldly. What was once a shopping mall structure, scattered. Mangled metal that looks as if it's been picked up and launched. Indeed, the Aeon shopping centre is now a focal point in this disaster. Here, an explosion followed the quake, leaving huge parts of this building blown out or collapsed in, and people unaccounted for. Video from inside shows the early panic as people ran to escape. Dashcam footage caught the blast. It's unclear exactly what caused it. In a country no stranger to earthquakes, this was a big one. The highest level 7 on Japan's own seismic scale. Throughout Kumamoto, people screamed and ducked as they shook. Just listen to the lingering fear.
The initial shock was, I think, about 2 minutes or something, and it was quite big. I've never experienced that big earthquake, so I was not being able to stand still. So I was in holding rail or something. I feel like every 20 minutes, I feel like, the land is shaking.
An urban epicenter has heightened the impact. Damage to homes, roads and buildings. A train derailed from its tracks. Authorities have warned of aftershocks. Some 300,000 evacuated.
We're currently assessing the damage and number of casualties, but there have been reports on injuries as well as power cuts, damaged roads, bridges and buildings. I ask all to take measures to protect yourselves.
10 years ago, this city saw an earthquake that killed dozens. But this is still a provincial place with many old and traditional buildings. Experience doesn't lessen the shock. Japan may be better prepared than most for events like this, but no amount of preparation could fully withstand such force, and the full cost is still being counted. Helen Smith, Sky News in Beijing.
Now, a question for you. What happens when two violent wars collide? I'm talking, of course, about the conflicts in Ukraine and Iran. It's been on my mind because today, two leaders, Israel's Benjamin Netanyahu and Ukraine's Volodymyr Zelensky, arrived at the White House for back-to-back meetings with Donald Trump, exposing the US president's lack of progress in ending the fighting. Unusually, we didn't hear from them today. TV cameras weren't allowed in, but all sides said the talks went well. That's papering over the growing and very real risk of a direct confrontation. Iran and Ukraine may be fighting different battles, but there are adversaries. This is the Caspian Sea. This weekend, for the first time, the Ukrainian military attacked an Iranian ship carrying military equipment between Iran and Russia. We'll look more closely at that relationship coming up. But first, let's go to our correspondent, James Matthews, who joins us live from Washington. James, a busy day at the Oval Office. Let's talk first about Benjamin Netanyahu. And unusually, we didn't see any cameras in the room.
Hi, Alda. Yeah, unusually indeed. And, you know, we don't know much about what went on inside. I suspect it was a closed meeting because of the potential for disagreement breaking out in public. Positive and productive was how Caroline Levitt, the press secretary, described both get-togethers. Netanyahu, well, he called it a conversation of full partnership, mutual support, said it was one of the best conversations he's had with the President of the United States. I think, Alda, for it to be a substantive conversation, it had to be about the substance that separates them, namely different ideas about the road ahead in the Iran war. Netanyahu, well, he wants military escalation. Trump wants a quick resolution. He wants to stop feeling the pain of the political fallout, and that doesn't necessarily lie in further military action. There is no suggestion that they're any further forward following today's events towards an endgame that would suit both. They don't have the friendship, this pair, or the trust that they once did, and that will trouble Netanyahu particularly. He's got elections later this year in Israel and desperately wants Trump's endorsement. There is a value in that for him in Israel.
Yeah, and before this war was started by Donald Trump and, you know, based on the counsel of Benjamin Netanyahu, Donald Trump had promised famously to end another war, the Ukraine war. And of course, Volodymyr Zelensky was also at the Oval Office today.
That's right, yeah. I mean, he is the peacemaker president who doesn't have a great hit rate. Zelensky, he spoke about the meeting. He was on X. He said they had discussed licenses for Patriot interceptor production. Ukraine needs that, wants that for defense against Russian attack. He said that it's important that the diplomatic process is reinvigorated. Interestingly, in the past couple of hours, it's reported that Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, negotiators in chief for Donald Trump, they're said to be in talks to visit Kyiv. That would be the first time that pair had done so in Trump's second term, been to Kyiv. So I think Zelensky, he'll be happy with his day's work. It's a long way from the calamitous meeting, certainly, that he had in the Oval Office 18 months ago. There continues to be a warming in the relationship between Trump and Zelensky, even though Trump's dealings with Putin, you know, that hangs over the Zelensky-Trump dynamic. And for Ukraine, that continues to be a concern. Trump's warm relationship through time with Vladimir Putin.
James, thank you so much for that update. Now, let's focus on the overlap of the two conflicts. The US intelligence analysts have reportedly been investigating if Russia assisted Iran with targeting information or drone technology. Donald Trump has cast doubt on how much Russia may have helped Iran to strike CIA facilities in the Gulf. At least 2 CIA sites were hit in March, one inside the US Embassy in Riyadh and another in eastern Iraq. That same month, Iranian drones targeted the US Embassy in Baghdad. They were intercepted by air defense systems, but the compound was still hit by shrapnel, which set off a large fire.
I'll ask Putin about it. We'll find out. Hasn't had much impact because we've knocked the hell out of them, when you think. If that's the case, look, you know, they gave Venezuela a lot of equipment. Venezuela had all Russian equipment. How did that work out? Not too good.
Well, Russia and Iran have made no secret of supporting each other in the past. In February, not long before the war began, Russia inked a $500 million deal to supply Iran with advanced shoulder-fired missiles. And after the 12-day Israel-Iran war last year, Russia agreed to construct 8 nuclear plants in Iran. Geographically, they can also avoid US sanctions trading across the Caspian Sea. Well, let's get now the thoughts of Anna Borshevskaya. She's a Russia expert and senior fellow at the Washington Institute for Near East Policy. Thank you so much, Anna, for joining us here on the program. I mean, the truth of the matter is, it wasn't going to be long before this kind of dynamic between Ukraine and Iran would sort of unfold, given we've seen Iran support Russia from the very beginning of the conflict with those Shahid drones. I mean, they essentially changed the whole nature of the Iran war. And then ultimately, by using these drones and the fact that both sides advanced their technology, changed the whole nature of modern warfare.
That's right. It's a pleasure to be on your show. The fact of the matter is, there's been some reporting that suggests there's more of a convergence between the Iran war and Ukraine war. But the fact of the matter is we're already there. And as you said, it started with Iran providing Shahid drones to Russia to kill Ukrainians, to kill Ukrainian civilians. We're now, fast forward several years later, with Russia allegedly providing Iran with targeting information about the location of U.S. troops. The war in Ukraine is a global war, and there's no pretending otherwise.
Yeah, and the fact that Iran and the United States and Israel are directly in conflict with each other. And as you've just mentioned, Ukraine is essentially, and Volodymyr Zelensky, in sort of quite a clever, cunning way, is trying to show Donald Trump that they have a common enemy in Iran by seeing that gap in the air defenses and drones that the Gulf states need, for example, to protect themselves against Iranian missiles. And also, by targeting an Iranian ship and saying that they were trying to give supplies to the Russians, he's trying to essentially show that this is a much more of a global conflict than two isolated wars.
Right. And, the fact of the matter is, of course, as you suggest, Zelensky has incentive to draw links between Iran, the war that Ukraine is fighting with Russia, and the Iran war. But it also happens to be true. It happens to be accurate. Because of precisely what we've just discussed, Iranian and Russian support for each other, as well as for Iranian support for Russia and Ukraine, that's not imaginary, that's real. And the points that Zelensky is making, it's not simply PR. He is fighting for his country, and Ukraine is fighting a war of survival. Ukraine is fighting for its life. So the stakes really could not be higher.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt about that. And we've just spoken about, Iran's involvement from the very beginning in terms of its relationship with Russia, a relationship that they have built over many, many decades in terms of the collaboration. But the point I'm trying to make is that President Zelensky has seen this opening and the gap that the Gulf states have, for example, with their interceptors, and sort of said, look, here's what we've learned, the lessons we've learned from our war with Russia. This is how I can provide you with support. And very openly now talking about Iran's engagement and involvement in a very direct way, which has made it feel much more global now that Iran is in direct conflict with the United States.
Absolutely, and again, this was in many ways a natural trajectory of where we were headed with these two conflicts, given how closely they are connected, given the close relationship between Russia and Iran. Zelensky, for his part, when he reached out to the Gulf states, he seized a very important moment. And what it shows is what an incredible asset Ukraine is to the West. That's what Zelensky had demonstrated with this reach out to the Gulf states, because the fact of the matter is there really is no other country in the world that has the same technical expertise and knowledge and experience along with the technology to counter Russian drones. And we often talk about opportunity missed. Well, Zelensky did not miss this opportunity.
And how concerned are you that this could converge into a bigger sort of global conflict where it's not just confined to Europe, the West, the United States assisting Ukraine with the war that Russia has launched, but also given there's this other front, the Iran war, and it's very similar players, other than sort of Israel being directly involved in this conflict and now the Gulf states being dragged into the Iran war as well.
Well, it could potentially escalate. There's always that danger. And it goes back to exactly what we started discussing earlier. We're already there in this world where these wars are so closely interlinked. Russia, for its part, can also escalate. In many ways. In many ways, Russia already has waged what you might call a shadow war against Europe with cyber attacks, with Russian drones flying into NATO territory. So again, in many ways, this conflict is already there, and that danger that it could spiral further is also a possibility.
Anna Bolshevskaya, thank you very much for joining us here on the program.
Thanks for having me.
Well, Danny Citronovich headed up the Iran branch in the Research and Analysis Division of Israeli Defense Intelligence. He's now a senior fellow at the Institute for National Security Studies. Thank you so much, Danny, for joining us here again on the program. I just want to pick up a little bit more on what my previous guest was saying. I mean, these are not now isolated wars. It very much feels like, the convergence of these two conflicts, and we very much are there, even though the alarm bells are being rung as though, it wasn't already happening.
Well, definitely you're right. I think that it's interesting to see the similarities between both conflicts. And I think that the recent Ukrainian attack on the Iranian ship in the Caspian Sea highlight again the connection between both conflicts in a way that we all know that the Iranians helped the Russians in their attacks over Ukraine, and now the Ukrainians attacking some sort of channel that being opened between the Russian and the Iranian in the Caspian Sea. So definitely there is a connection. Definitely there is a link. It's very interesting to see what will happen in the near future. The Iranians are threatening in retaliation, and I think that today we had even a phone call between the foreign ministers of both sides. Again, different statements coming from both of them, but I think that definitely one really on a way that maybe we can find ourselves we'll see actually this conflict interlinked in if the Iranians will choose to retaliate against Ukraine. So definitely we have to pay a closer look to that. Definitely you can see the similarities, and definitely the recent Ukrainian attack actually highlight for us that the connection between both conflicts, and it's not something that ended. I think that we are still waiting to see how the Iranians react, and then I think maybe we'll see more similarities than we thought, or than we think.
Yeah, let's focus now a little bit more on Benjamin Netanyahu's trip to Washington to meet with Donald Trump. I mean, this is the first time they're meeting since that full-scale invasion was launched back in February. Of course, the two men, Benjamin Netanyahu has said that he speaks to Donald Trump all of the time, but this is the first face-to-face meeting. Benjamin Netanyahu has said that it was very fruitful, it went very well, but there were clearly no cameras in the room. And, we've seen a very frustrated Donald Trump, who was promised a very swift end to this conflict, and it's now dragging on and on for months. And, there's at the moment, it doesn't feel like there's an end in sight.
Well, you're right. But first we have to say a big caveat, because we had this discussion in the past, and then we discovered that both leaders agreed to attack together in Iran. So we have to be very careful in what we're saying. But definitely now the feeling is different, meaning that Netanyahu is coming to the White House pretty isolated, very weak, also domestically in Israel. The polls show that he won't be prime minister. And in terms of where Trump is negotiating with Iran, the same country that Netanyahu want to topple the regime. So again, I have to be very hesitant and saying that I don't know what happened there. And Netanyahu say it was a perfect meeting. He would say that regardless, because he has to portray that he has close relations with Trump, also against what's happening in Israel and how he perceived by a majority of the population in Israel right now. But I think that we have to wait and see what will happen. One thing that is important to say, that the majority of the people surrounding President Trump, including the Vice President J.D. Vance, thinking that Netanyahu wants to push Trump back to extension of a war against Iran. And this is something that is unacceptable in many people thinking in Washington it's unacceptable, and that Netanyahu is trying to push Trump again to this war. Again, I don't know what will happen in the end and whether Trump will decide to extend the war, yes or no. But I know that from Netanyahu's ability to influence Trump, definitely it was rooted in recent months, given the failure in the Iranian war.
Yeah, Danny, I just want to pick up on the point that you have made because, you know, in the last year, or more now, since Donald Trump returned back to power, we've analysed almost every one of the meetings between Trump and Netanyahu. And, you know, we've seen Donald Trump swear about Netanyahu and, you know, leaked reports. That hasn't changed the nature of what Netanyahu has wanted Donald Trump to do, whether it was the 12-day war, whether it was launching this particular attack in February into a full-scale offensive. So it's easy to read into the optics of the relationship. But actually, at the end of the day, Benjamin Netanyahu has managed to get what he has wanted from Donald Trump.
You're absolutely right. This is why we have to be very cautious in what we are saying. Again, no doubt that this is a different meeting. There were no cameras. The leaders didn't meet just the two of them after the big meeting. It's a very unique decision not to meet only the two of them. And I think that even more than that, I think that in terms of the statement, in terms of everything that's happened before the meeting, you know, President Trump said, I don't need Netanyahu, I know what's happening in Pickaxe Mountain. So all the sense is that there is some sort of pushback against Netanyahu involvement in the Iranian war. Having said that, again, you have to wait and see what Trump will decide because he's still in some sort of strategic crossroad. You need to decide whether we're turning back to negotiation, to the MOU with the Iranians, or extending the war. Now, if you extend the war, expand it, definitely people return back to meeting Netanyahu and say, okay, Netanyahu presented to him some information that pushed him again to return back to war against Iran. So we don't know, but definitely the surroundings is very negative regarding Netanyahu. And I have to say one thing about that as well. In Washington, in general, in the Congress, in the polls, Israel is perceived very negative, especially after this war, perceived as a country that pushed President Trump to a very negative war towards Iran, a war that actually failed because the regime, there was a change within the regime, but the regime didn't topple, as was promised, or as Netanyahu promised President Trump, sorry. So I think in that regard, definitely we have a negative side, negative trend in Washington against Israel. Having said that, Trump still can decide to extend the war, and then we have to wait and see, or return back to this meeting. Maybe it was very fruitful, as Netanyahu claimed.
Yeah, Danny, in terms of domestic politics in Israel, I mean, obviously this is an election year, October 27. We are going to see Israel go back to the polls. And the current polling shows that, you know, if there was an election tomorrow, Benjamin Netanyahu, according to those polls, would probably not win, but he does have an ability to reinvent himself, you know, and be able to sort of make a comeback just when you think that Benjamin Netanyahu has sort of weakened his position. He also needs to show that he has a very strong and solid relationship with Donald Trump because that helps things for him back home.
You're absolutely right. When you check and see who are the leaders Netanyahu is in contact with, eventually he has only President Trump. And I think President Trump knows that, and he uses it as a leverage against Netanyahu. Netanyahu needs to show that he has strong relations with Trump. This is why, regardless of what happened in the meeting, he said that it was an amazing meeting, because he has to show that to the Israeli people. Like you said, he's in a very complex situation according to the polls. If we had the elections tomorrow, definitely he wouldn't be the Prime Minister of Israel. So he has to hang on to his relations with Trump. And even more than that, he needs to return back to war against Iran. He cannot withdraw from Syria and Lebanon because he has to show his security posture is strong and is able to counter even President Trump wishes. So I think in that regard, he's hoping returning back to the war against Iran because according to recent polls in Israel, majority of people in Israel know that it was a failed war. So we want to return back to that because he's like, Mr. Iran, and I want to show that I'm able to topple this regime. And he needs Trump's approval for that. So definitely, you're absolutely right. Netanyahu is really depending on President Trump and his support before the election, but also that he will allow Israel to do the right thing in terms of what Netanyahu thinks the right thing, meaning returning back to war against Iran, not withdrawing from Lebanon and Syria, not selling the F-35 to Turkey, and so forth and so forth. And that maybe Netanyahu thinks, because we have a close election, maybe that will help him to gather more mandates that will help him to win the next elections.
And you just, talked there about Netanyahu. He also likes to sell himself as Mr. Security. Again, if we look at domestic situation in Israel, things have flared up last weekend. I mean, things have been flaring up for the last couple of years in the West Bank. Could you talk to that a little bit and how that's being perceived in Israel? I unfortunately only have a couple of minutes, but I'm curious to know, how the Israeli public perceive that situation, which is spiraling out of control at the moment.
Definitely, it's close to getting out of control, and this is very worried for everybody. I think also from the Israeli public, but I think even more than that, I think the situation in the West Bank highlights one important thing also towards our election. That even if the regime in Iran will be toppled tomorrow, it won't solve our security problems that we have, especially in Gaza and Palestine. The Palestinian issue, it's Israeli decision to make. It's not U.S. decision to make. We have to, at the end of the day, agreeing what we want to do with the Palestinian issue. And I think as Israeli, we are always returning back to the Palestinian quagmire without understanding what we want to do, whether two-state solution, one-state solution, annexing. And I think this is something that the next government will have to take decision, and I'm hoping there's not going to be another intifada until the next election, because what's happening now between the violence of the settlers and the response coming from the Palestinians is something that is really bringing us to, it's like a volcano, almost erupting. So the bottom line of things that I'm hoping that at the end of the day, after the election, the next government will take care of that, understanding that Israel is eroding its legitimacy in the international community if we are not going to try to fix the Palestinian problem. And we cannot continue as it is right now, because what's happening in the West Bank really threatening our security, the stability of the region, and of course preventing us from reaching normalization with Saudi Arabia.
Danny Citranovic, always good to talk to you. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much for inviting me.
This is The World with me, Yalda Hakim. Still to come on the programme, a true American original and a war hawk. How the late US Senator Lindsey Graham is being remembered at his funeral in Washington.
Hear that whistle and that crunch. We know that they're coming from the south of the city, where there's a column of Russian armory I'm Alex Crawford and I'm Sky's special correspondent based in Istanbul. Look at that sheet of flames, and that has happened within minutes, and now it's coming from both sides and it's moving this way.
The best thing about being a Sky News journalist? I'm going to take you behind the scenes here for Election Night Live. They have gone up and up. Big Sky News journalist. Ed Conway, Sky News, is anyone going to talk to us? Mortgage rates did go up very sharply during your time in office. Here it is. First off, just the scale of what we're looking at. Our data shows it's been happening. Question is, why it hasn't been stopped.
Jubilation in the streets, while some emotional. This is a political victory for Prime Minister Modi and his Hindu Nationalist Party. I'm Neville Lazarus and I'm Sky's reporter based in Delhi. Companies like these are helping India in its trajectory to be a serious player in space exploration. Sky News, get the full story first.
Donald Trump has described Lindsey Graham as a man who never saw a war he didn't like. At the late US Senator's funeral in Washington, the US President joined leaders from home and abroad paying tribute after Graham's sudden death from suspected heart disease earlier this month. Have a listen.
Well, he was always quick to laugh, and no one ever doubted the gravity of his mission. Above all, Lindsey Graham believed in a strong America. He wanted a strong America. He had unwavering faith in the righteousness of American power and prayer. And he was extremely hawkish. I will tell you, he never saw a war that he didn't like. Only his true friends would understand that, but he wanted it for the good of our country. He felt in his bones that our destiny is to win, and that his job was to do everything he could to ensure our enemies would lose. It was this conviction that led him to serve 33 years in uniform in the Air Force and Air Force Reserves and Air National Guard, even while he was in office. And it was this conviction that took him as a senator to almost every country on earth, confronting America's adversaries and standing up for America's friends. He had tremendous friendships all over the world. It's a testament to his towering impact that among those mourning him here today are leaders, presidents, prime ministers from all over the globe. They're sitting right here before you. Lindsey met countless world leaders, yet wherever he went, he was always the same Lindsey Graham.
That was Donald Trump on Lindsey Graham. This is The World with me, Yalda Hakim. Next up on the programme, we're in France and Spain, where yet another heat wave threatens to fan massive wildfires. What's the best thing about being a Sky News journalist?
Who's funnier?
Being a Sky News journalist. A special edition of The World with me, Yalda Hakim.
Pakistan had the right to respond.
You're like, what?
A historic day here today. Congratulations, this is a huge moment. But what happens now? It's a mixed picture tonight with the wildfires in France and Spain that have together forced evacuation orders for 300,000 people. We'll tell you about some of the progress being made in Spain shortly, but in France, crews have only a fragile hold on the vast wildfire burning west of Bordeaux. And they've ordered new evacuations as searing heat returns. Our international correspondent Alex Rossi reports.
From the air, the fire leaps across the countryside in glowing ribbons. In this area, the blaze is advancing with the certainty of the tides. These are no longer isolated incidents, and resources across the region are being stretched to the limit.
We've got a major flare-up behind us and two smaller ones out front, which require a massive deployment of aerial and ground resources in a place that's difficult to access.
The scale of this disaster is difficult to absorb. Fires are burning across areas measured in tens of thousands of hectares. This conflagration is now 4 times the size of Paris.
There is a real sense of unease now across this region. The weather is changing again. It's extraordinarily hot. And you can feel the wind as well. It's whipping through this area now. You can see how much destruction there is in this part of the forest. They've managed to get the flames under control, but look over here. You can see as the wind's picking up again, it's starting.
And the speed with which the flames move is startling. Places that were once green turned to charcoal and ash in the space of a few hours. These images, captured by a firefighter, show the ferocity of the flames as they're fanned by the windy conditions. And what stands out is the relentlessness of this disaster. As one area is brought under control, another is demanding attention elsewhere. Much of the Gironde region is now deserted. Communities that were preparing for another hot summer have faced repeated evacuations and an uncertain return.
The fire came in from everywhere and surrounded the village. Unfortunately, it burned through the whole forest and burned around 15% of the houses, roughly 180 homes.
In the coastal town of Lacanau, holidaymakers and residents forced to leave, with the fires quickly creeping ever closer. Fire crews from across the continent are now working together, but with wildfire seasons becoming longer and more destructive, this is now a test of Europe's ability to respond to a changing climate. Alex Rossi, Sky News, Southwest France.
Let's go to Spain now, where crews have made progress against some of the wildfires. Several are still burning out of control, and another summer heatwave is bearing down. These pictures were taken by infrared cameras on a drone, giving an indication of the ferocious heat coming from wildfires in the hills surrounding Avila, a city just northwest of Madrid. Sky's Connor Gillies is there and sent us this report.
When they say evacuate, this is why. A fire on the move. Time-lapse footage covering a matter of minutes, exposing the pace of this so-called monster blaze. Spain is a country under pressure. The power of a wildfire scorching 5 times the size of Barcelona. The car park of this funeral home here in Spain is at the centre of this nation's response to this crisis. Look, we can see teams frantically working, and they have been now for days, mapping out the situation. Day and night, this is where the Spanish are taking the fight to the fire. An extraordinary setting for an extraordinary emergency. Your colleagues in the fire service have told us that they may have extinguished an area and then they're having to redeploy because the fire comes back.
Of course.
Is that the constant challenge you have?
Yes, it's the constant challenge, and there is another risk because there's other areas inside the forest that have been not burned completely, so they have what we call a return potential.
Keeping crews fed is part of this mission. They rotate through here before heading back out, where every break is brief and every meal fuels another shift on the mountain.
We have been here for 5 days, boots on the ground, with a small team of about 10 people. We have delivered about and distributed about 33,000 meals together, including sandwiches and hot meals. And then per day, at this point, at this rate, we're doing about 6,500 meals per day.
Firefighters hope for progress, but for every mile gained, this next phase is critical, as another near 40-degree heat wave brings the potential of reigniting this land that took days and huge manpower to bring under control. Conor Gillis, Sky News, in Avia, Spain.
Lyndon Pronto had a career fighting wildfires. He joins me now. Thank you very much, Mr. Pronto, for joining us here on the programme. You know, when we talk about these wildfires, and we've been discussing them for the last few days, and the fact that the temperatures continue to increase, and the fact that, you know, this is a changing nature of how things are going to be in the years to come, it does feel like there were warnings about this for many years. I mean, certainly for as long as I can recall, I've spoken to climate change experts almost on an annual basis, where they have said that the planet is getting warmer and we're going to see more of the kind of thing that we're currently seeing.
Absolutely. And that's one of the frustrating aspects of seeing disasters unfold like this, because they really should not be catching anyone off surprise, because you know, so many in the community have been sounding the warning calls, and the challenge is getting the funding and the investments in the right places and in time to actually make a difference at landscape level.
Yeah, and like you say, it does feel at the moment like it's very much reactive. You were very much involved in, you know, wildfires in California. Just talk us through some of the lessons that can be learnt from, you know, the kind of destruction that we've seen these sorts of fires cause in places like California, and, you know, what we can expect in the weeks to come, and how the French, you know, and the Spanish communities should prepare for it.
I think one of the principal lessons to learn from places like North America is the necessity for this prevention work, the necessity to go in and actually reintroduce fire into these landscapes which are fire prone. And particularly in Europe, these landscapes are becoming increasingly fire prone. And the mistake that the US made was an overly aggressive approach to firefighting. So to put every fire out as quickly as possible. And I guess now, unfortunately, one has to say that this is a line of thinking that, for instance, France has also followed this very aggressive, you know, initial attack, and that's not a bad thing per se, but it needs to be balanced on the other end, because if you have a very fire-prone environment with a huge buildup of burnable vegetation, and then these climate conditions coming to bear on that as well, there needs to be a similar investment in reducing this and focusing on making sure that that balance is re-achieved in making sure that these fires don't become so extreme like they're becoming. And that is a challenge that is needs to be addressed as an all of society approach. It's not a firefighter's challenge to address. It needs to be all sorts of stakeholders: forestry, agriculture, nature protection, individuals, communities. They need to come together to make sure that their spaces are more resilient to fire.
Yeah, and understanding their spaces. I grew up in Australia, and every year ahead of the fire season, there would be a series of backburning that would take place, where communities understood the risks that the landscape had, and therefore they would start the backburning quite early on, months before the fire season. Is that the kind of thing you're talking about, rather than just putting out the fires with say water, sort of preparing a little bit ahead so that they can safeguard where they're at?
Yes, that's exactly an international good practice that we often cite, is this early season burning. It's one of many approaches you can use, but it's certainly at scale one of the most effective approaches to be able to, when the conditions are favorable for us as humans, to control the intensity, the speed, the location, the burn severity. These are all things that when we do prescribe burning, we can control these parameters. And that means also pulling the plug if the parameter, if the conditions change, and to say, okay, we're going to stop doing this now because now, it can get dangerous. So and the other methods are, these landscapes used to be intensively managed with livestock, farmed, different types of forestry, smaller forestry scale, and not this monoculture. And we need to get back to that investment in the landscape.
And in terms of, going forward, because we heard from the French president yesterday, who said we shouldn't be just preparing for the coming days and weeks. This is something that we need to think about over the coming months, and that is how the communities need to prepare for themselves for. What advice would you be giving, not just the firefighters, but the communities? Many of them have been evacuated from their homes. What should they be expecting, and what should they, more importantly, be doing?
So places like California and Australia, they had to learn the hard way that the responders aren't able to save everything. They'll do their best, but that the threshold of control has gone beyond what no amount of airplanes or fire engines or firefighters can actually control. And I think, and I frankly hope that this is now a wake-up call for certain places in Europe that haven't gotten to that point yet, to realize that we are putting an impossible burden on responders to expect them to be able to deal with fire of this intensity and this speed. And the only way to give them something that they can defend, give them, an opportunity to save us and help us and prevent, severe damages like this, is if we take individual responsibility within our communities, and we, take care of our houses, what we build them out of, what we plant in our gardens. And that, can be something that you can do without funding, but there's certainly a huge return on investment if governments and local governments step in and provide incentives, identify the champions, because in all of these communities, there are people that want to do that. They're motivated, they're passionate, they have the resources, but it's often bureaucracy and rules and a lack of institutional support that prevents them from working together across different disciplines and having just a little bit of funding to get that that job done, to be able to change the outcome.
Lyndon Pronto, grateful for your time. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
This is The World with me, Yalda Hakim. Next up on the programme, we'll tell you why the US walked out on France at the United Nations.
This is how you travel when the mafia wants to kill you. He's almost given up his own freedom, but that's the price he's willing to pay.
Here, they don't just arrest 'Ndrangheta mafia members, they also live among them.
Time after time, I've seen the devastating impact of extreme weather and climate change.
We don't have much snow at the moment.
They've had a warm spring and exceptionally hot summer, and that means they're expecting to lose more than 3 times the amount of ice than they usually do.
Flames are still forcing people from their homes and leaving many questioning their futures.
Here was my life. We have nothing. I can't say anything, it's so sad.
This disaster is testing the resolve of everyone on this island.
The only way out now is by boat.
Everything you see is devastated, and the misery being felt by people living here is repeated in towns and villages across Central Europe. Sky News, get the full story first.
Turkey is burying its dead. The loss is profound.
Whole families died in this collapse, generations wiped out. The violence has penetrated the heart of the city rather than being contained to the estates around the edge, and that speaks to the level of anger being felt here.
In Sweden, police have seized a lethal stash. This is just a small sample of the deadly arsenal taken off the streets.
This is an example of an advert, really. Anyone of any age could say, I'll do that for £1 million, and then have to go and shoot someone.
Yes.
I'm Siobhan Robbins, Sky's Europe correspondent based here in Berlin.
The cameras are poised here, there, everywhere.
The day those present would never forget.
First question, Sky News.
Do you hate the thought of losing to him?
I hate the thought of losing to anyone.
Historic day here today.
They are pushing forward.
They dashed to the water.
Wait, what country are you
from? The UK.
Why don't you go back to your country?
Huge questions to be grappled with. That is totally unprecedented.
Been quite some day.
We start with breaking news.
Hear that whistle and that crunch. We know that they're coming from the south of the city where there's a column of Russian armoury.
I'm Alex Crawford and I'm Sky's special correspondent based in Istanbul.
Look at that sheet of flames, and that has happened within minutes, and now it's coming from both sides, and it's moving this way.
The best thing about being a Sky News journalist? I'm going to take you behind the scenes here for Election Night Live. They have gone up and up. Big Sky News journalist. Ed Conway. Sky News, is anyone going to talk to us? Mortgage rates did go up very sharply during your time in office. Here it is. First off, just the scale of what we're looking at. Our data shows it's been happening. Question is, why it hasn't been stopped.
Strained relations between the US and France have played out in extraordinary scenes at the UN Security Council. The Americans took serious exception to this social media post by France's UN mission in Geneva, calling out the US for its opposition to giving UN Human Rights Chief Volker Turk another 4-year term. They wrote, "The US used to be a beacon of human rights, not anymore. Today it stands alongside North Korea, Mali and Russia, isolated, and the world no longer listens to it." They added the hashtag America Alone. In response, US diplomats walked out as their French counterparts were speaking at a later UN Security Council meeting on Ukraine. We've highlighted the empty seats where they'd normally be sitting. When he returned, the US Deputy UN Ambassador had this to say about their longtime ally.
We have stood by this member state through every conflict in which their freedoms have been imperiled. And today, I remind them that it is the United States that remains the beacon of liberty for the world. As such, we will not be affording them the benefit of listening to their politicized drivel until they renounce their condescending and disrespectful rhetoric and behave in a manner commensurate with their seat on this council.
Well, France was involved in a separate diplomatic incident today. Closer to home, a French warship fired shots behind a British MP while he did an interview on a boat in the Channel. Chris Philp, the Conservative Shadow Home Secretary, posted video of the incident online.
Anyone who did cross the Channel and arrive in Dover could be immediately deported within around about a week.
Give that a second, he's just dragging a line by the look of it.
Is that a warning shot towards us? I don't know.
Well, here's what he said to us about it afterwards.
No warnings were given at any point. There was no live firing warning in place. There were no warnings given over the radio. There were no signs displayed. So the way it made me feel is that this was an attempt at intimidation because they only shot when they were at the closest point of approach to us. And then the French warship disappeared off.
Well, the French embassy gave their side of it via statement. Today, the French Coast Guard vessel Flamand conducted a small arms firing exercise to maintain their high level of operational readiness in the current international context. French Navy units train regularly. Individual combatant training is a normal activity for a vessel on operations. The statutory signals required by international standards for this type of firing exercise were displayed and all safety protocols were followed. This exercise is unrelated to the presence of a British ship in the area, which was outside the range of the firing. Well, that's it from me and the team. We'll be back again tomorrow night at 9 p.m. Barbara is here with us next for The Wrap. Good night.
Jubilation in the streets, while some emotional.
This is a political victory for Prime Minister Modi and his Hindu Nationalist Party.
I'm Neville Lazarus and I'm Sky's reporter based in Delhi. Companies like these are helping India in its trajectory to be a serious player in space exploration. Sky News, get the full story first.
What's the best thing about being a Sky News journalist?
Who's funnier?
Being a Sky News journalist. A special edition of The World with me, Yalda Hakim.
Pakistan has the right to respond.
You're like, what?
A historic day here today. Congratulations, this is a huge moment. But what happens now?
Tonight on The Wrap, the World Cup for sale. Breaking news as we come on air. Fury at Gianni Infantino's plan to rake in billions by selling shares in the World Cup to private investors. Sky News learns that European nations could announce a boycott. Let's Work Together reports tonight that Andy Burnham has invited Kemi Badenoch and Ed Davey for talks tomorrow to find common ground on how to tackle the crisis in social care.
Anyone who did cross the channel and arrive in Dover could be immediately deported within around about a week. Is that a warning shot towards us?
A French warship fires shots in the channel as Tory MP Chris Philp is interviewed live on air. He calls it deliberate intimidation. Just routine training, say the French. Plus, the moment a powerful earthquake strikes Japan, rescuers are working through the night to try and reach up to 30 people trapped at a shopping center and a paper factory. We'll discuss the day's biggest stories with the journalist and broadcaster Jenny Kleeman and the political commentator Adam Bolton. Plus, we'll take a first look at the front pages of tomorrow's papers in half an hour. Good evening. Thank you for joining us. We start with a developing story tonight. The World Cup is apparently up for sale, and European nations are so furious they could organize a boycott. Well, so too is the Prime Minister, Andy Burnham, who's piled in, saying football belongs to the fans. Well, I'm joined now by Adam, Jenny, and John. Initial comments. Adam, what do you make of this?
Well, either this is the end of football and the World Cup as we know it, basically becoming a property of Americans, or it could be the end of Gianni Infantino. I suspect he may have overreached pretty dramatically.
Jenny?
Well, you can see that Infantino is Trump's protege. We had the hydration breaks and the halftime show and the bombastic statements to the press. This is just the next logical step for him of following the mould that Trump has created in America. This is an interesting acid test, really, for how far he can push things. It will be interesting to see what happens.
Well, we are joined, of course, by our chief political correspondent, John Craig. John, what is it exactly that FIFA is proposing right now?
Well, basically, it's a bit like... Do you remember the row over the European Super League a few years back? And it was Boris Johnson who was Prime Minister then and attacked it, and that was killed off. It's basically flogging off the World Cup to, I think it's called a venture capital company, but the controversial thing is who runs it. It is Joshua Kushner, who is the brother of Donald Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner. So close links again between Infantino and Donald Trump. Remember the scandal during the World Cup when Donald Trump intervened to get the suspension of an American footballer who'd been sent off lifted. And this has outraged, this proposal has outraged. I mean, Infantino is already criticised for wanting to expand the World Cup to 64 teams. Many thought 48 was too many. But here we are, just a week or so after the World Cup finished, all the allegations of favouritism towards Argentina and so on, and Infantino's role. And both the UEFA, Prime Minister Andy Burnham and Mr Infantino's predecessor, Sepp Blatter, are furious. Let me tell you what Andy Burnham, football fan as we know, has had to say. He says, "Let me say this very directly. Football does not belong to investors. It belongs to the people who fill the stands and who stand on the touchline week in, week out, rain or shine. The World Cup is not a product. It is the greatest competition in world sport. It was never anyone's to sell. Dress the deal up however you like. Once you've sold a piece of it, you've sold out. Football belongs to the fans. It always has, and it always will." Now, you could say that's an old-fashioned romantic view of football, because that statement, football does not belong to investors. Well, I think in this day and age...
Yeah, but the point is that if the World Cup goes over to a private company, then the football associations of the member countries, the 211, no longer effectively control it. And that is the shift away from the fans. Whether or not, you can say that obviously there are a lot of investors involved in football clubs, this would be a move of control away from the fans. So I think that, that is significant.
I was thinking, though, when he says put fans who stand on the touchline, they don't do that anymore. Can I just tell you what UEFA have said? This crosses a line that football's governing institution should never cross. UEFA takes it extremely seriously. So should every national football association. So should every stakeholder, leagues, clubs, players, supporters, governments and everyone who cares about the future of the game. The soul and governance of football are not assets to trade, especially with zero transparency as to who gains financially. None of us are the owners of football. It is not FIFA's to sell. And significantly, Sepp Blatter, who, like Infantino, was a controversial boss of FIFA in his time, said the close relationship between the FIFA president and the US president has reached a financial dimension that is deeply damaging football. No one has the right to sell our game. Now that Andy Burnham has got involved, is this going to be his first clash with the American president? He did say in his television interview earlier this week he will disagree with Trump in public if necessary. He said, I can't say at any point say I won't take a different opinion from him. I will need to voice a different idea that's right for Britain. Well,
yeah,
it could be the first clash over football, couldn't it?
Shall I also add what FIFA say the money would be used for? Now, they say they'd create an optional programme and member associations could receive additional development funding for infrastructure, coaching, national teams, competitions, grassroots football and the women's game. So isn't that nice?
Yes. Meanwhile, the Times is reporting that Infantino himself is due to profit enormously, personally, from this, as much as $10 million. I was just thinking there, it's extraordinary if Sepp Blatter is the voice of the moral...
Because he was the moral of corruption investigated.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, actually, we shouldn't be surprised by any of this. I was reading earlier on today that Infantino wanted to launch a FIFA crypto coin earlier on this year. This is absolutely out of this Trumpian playbook. He is in charge of a non-profit that is, has the potential for enormous profits. That's the path he's going to go down. But yes, it all depends on how everybody else reacts and how strong everybody is.
And of course, the other thing is you mentioned the money that the members would get if they vote this through. The point is being made that they can sell their share, which is being put at 20 million market value, but potentially can be sold for much more, which is further selling control. And of course, a lot of them are very small countries indeed. I mean, we saw Cape Verde for the first time participating. So the temptation there to just cash in will be enormous, and that will mean that the control of the game will go away further from the members who are actually providing the teams. And as far as Infantino himself is concerned, what this really is it's the Americanization of football. In America, all the games, the basketball, baseball, American football, they basically belong to the owners who control the whole thing and make money out of them, exploiting them, as Andy Burnham says, as product. And each of those organisations has a so-called commissioner. And the commissioner is paid, the commissioner of one of the sports is paid $65 million a year. And guess what? There's a suggestion that who would be a perfect commissioner for the World Cup? One Gianni Infantino.
That's what the Times is suggesting in its report tonight.
But so who can stop
Times
this?
broke the story, of course.
Yeah, UEFA obviously is being very vociferous, but who can stop it, if anyone? I guess the associations themselves, by not...
Well, yes, they can say no. And not,
it's got to be voted on by all the members of FIFA, apparently.
Yeah, well,
over 200, I think.
That's the point, and that some of them may feel that they'll take the money and that could actually shift the majority, because I think the voting rights of, say, England, France, Spain...
would be the same.
Same as...
Is it not the case that some, even if the vote goes the way that Infantino wants it to go, that then other countries could just say that they're not going to play in the World
that could
Cup.
happen.
So, we still have a say, even if the votes don't go the way we'd want them.
We're seeing this in a lot of sports, aren't we? There was a breakaway golf tour, I think I'm right in saying, and you got the 100 in cricket, which is taking control away from the counties and so on here in this country. Yeah.
Could it change the nature of the World Cup? Because, like you say, some countries could go along with it. Then you would assume that maybe, say, the European nations say no, so your England, your Germany's, France, Italy, Spain. But then that would change the World Cup, which a lot of people think is already too Eurocentric.
Yeah, but some people feel the World Cup has already changed. There are a lot of people who really could have done without that horrific half-time show that we had to endure during the final. You know, the hydration break so that there could be advertising. There has been a creeping change of the World Cup over the course of the last tournament.
But it also matters which are the football nations, and the football nations are basically the Europeans and the Latin Americans, and some Africans coming through very fast. None of them are Americans or, to be frank, Qataris, who had the last World Cup, or Saudi Arabia, who are already getting a cup. And, of course, the Saudis have used buying into sport as a way of changing their image repeatedly. And guess who might come forward with the money to buy, say, Cape Verde's share or share from someone else?
Anyone surprised by the Infantino overreach, if we could call it that?
No.
Not at all.
Well, he went mad on Facebook, I think it was.
Instagram yesterday, yes.
It
was pure saying it was the best World Cup ever.
Massive rant about organising the best sport ever, and
yes.
people with screens and print could all get lost. You know, they missed the fact that he had staged the greatest game, and he has repeatedly identified himself with football, saying, if you want to criticise anybody, I am football, a bit like as if he was the god of football who invented it.
I think it's the links with the Trump family that will worry a lot of people. As I say, the brother of Donald Trump's son-in-law.
Jared's brother.
Jared is married to Ivanka Trump.
And their father, who did actually go to prison for fraud, is now represents America at some levels.
Right. Well, it'll be interesting to know. There's already been an enormous response to the story, and it only broke, an hour ago, so we'll see how the response continues. Well, the papers are reporting tonight that Andy Burnham has invited the leaders of the Conservative and Liberal Democrat parties for talks to try and find common ground on how to tackle the crisis in social care. John, tell us a little bit about this. It's something that he'd mentioned before as well over the weekend, trying to bring the parties together.
He's talked ever since he became Labour leader and then Prime Minister about wanting to tackle social care. It's personal for Andy Burnham. He has said a few times in the past week his father has Alzheimer's and is in a care home and sadly doesn't even know that his son has become Prime Minister. Now, he's talked about it before becoming Prime Minister. He was the Health Secretary who, back in 2010, just before Labour lost the election to the Conservatives of the coalition, published a big glossy white paper on reforming social care and a national care service he was talking about. Now, he may have wanted a consensus then, but as soon as the Tories under David Cameron called it a death tax, Tories chucked it all out, and then various other attempts to reform social care have completely bombed. Theresa May, she was accused of the dementia tax because her proposals were said to be discriminating against people who needed long-term residential care, like people with dementia. There was a famous news conference when she performed a partial U-turn during the 2017 election campaign and shrieked, "Nothing has changed," when, of course, it had. Boris Johnson proposed some ideas, but that was putting up national insurance. That was, as I recall, killed off by grandees like former Chancellors Kenneth Clarke, Norman Lamont, Philip Hammond, John Major also as well. And then Rishi Sunak and Jeremy Hunt, who was his Chancellor, put it off for 2 years because of criticism, and Keir Starmer set up a commission.
It's often described as almost an impossible thing to try to solve. He does have a lot of political capital. He mentions it himself. Could this be the way to go?
This is what he seems to be doing, is using the shine that is still on him right at the beginning. Let's see how long that lasts in this country. To tackle these intractable problems that successive prime ministers, as you say, John, have tried and failed to tackle. So not just social care, but also NEETs. We know there's going to be an announcement sometime this week to do with defence spending. And he is co-opting the other political leaders into this by, offering a chance for consensus, a chance for discussion. They're going to be meeting tomorrow. But I know we're going to be discussing his plans for NEETs. Again, this is... it's nice to see something that looks like boldness, but we don't know what the detail is on any of this yet. We don't know anything at all, apart from the fact that the will is there and that he says that he's prepared to make difficult decisions, but we don't know what those difficult decisions entail.
I think the most significant thing about this at this stage is not so much that Andy Burnham is making a point of looking at things that have bedeviled successive governments. It is the fact that the other leaders have agreed to talk to him. I mean, one cannot see them, for example, agreeing to talk to Keir Starmer. And that, I think, reflects the fact that he is seen to be on a bit of a roll, having been newly elected.
Could they really say no, though? At this stage of his prime ministership, when he doesn't really have a track record that they can be angry with, it would look bad for them, surely, to say no.
Well, it might look bad, but I mean, it has happened before. I mean, we've heard prime ministers talk about, why can't we all be sensible? And of course, there's been the whole question of briefings on Privy Council terms, which, as we said, Keir Starmer was quite good at. But what is also interesting, John, is I understand that although Sir Ed Davey will be there tomorrow, Kemi Badenoch won't because she has a minor operation. And I just wonder if that's a little bit like the wisdom tooth operation. We all remember that John Major had a convenient time after Mrs Thatcher fell from grace.
Yeah, I mean, but at the same time, the Tories are saying, oh, it's a bit short notice, only 18 hours notice. But to be fair to the Prime Minister, he's only been in the job just over a week, so he wants to move fast.
So who's going to be there?
It's Stuart Andrew, the Shadow Health Secretary for the Conservatives.
Okay. What about other measures? Because, of course, another one of the things he's focusing on is making sure that young people don't end up on welfare but end up in some kind of employment. So what news do we have there?
Well, two things. They're talking about changing education syllabuses and, for example, the Prime Minister was talking about basically junking. Remember Tony Blair's pledge, 50% of school leavers should go to university. Well, that's out the window now. The Prime Minister says, I think, from today, a hard hat will be just as good as a graduation cap. So there's that.
Otherwise, a mortar-ball.
Changing the curriculum, more practical, more technical, more vocational skills, and on apprenticeships, a bursary scheme, £4,500 over a year for people from families who are not so well off on universal credit. There's an anomaly, apparently. At the moment, you'd lose money if you take up an apprenticeship. So that's something that Lucy Powell was talking today about, getting rid of the barriers to people taking up apprenticeships. So we had two announcements today, one in the morning and then the bursaries in the afternoon.
Just very briefly for both of you on that. I mean, it would happen at a time when the jobs market is changing anyway because of AI.
Yeah. Yes, and having technical skills will become increasingly important. Being able to be a plumber or a builder, there will be a premium for all of that. I would say with all of this, again, there is very little detail. How will vocational courses be linked to local industries? And also, there is a question of who in schools is going to be funneled towards them. Are there going to be certain kind of schools that are funneling more of their pupils towards these technical experience? I mean, that is a worry, but, it sounds like a good idea. We have the second highest youth unemployment in Europe, second only to Romania. We have got to do something about this.
It's modelled on something he tried in Manchester, but it's important to say there is as yet no money and no extra resource coming from the government. And again, this is one of those issues that, going all the way back to the aftermath of the Second World War, technical education is something that successive governments of all colours have failed to get going. So if he can get it going, it'll be a big thing.
Let's take a look at another story that happened today. Conservative MP Chris Philp shared a video on social media of a French warship firing what he says were 17 live rounds in the English Channel while he was doing a live interview. Well, this is the moment that the incident took place.
Anyone who did cross the Channel and arrive in Dover could be immediately deported within around about a week.
Give that a second, he's just dragging a line by the look of it.
Is that a warning shot towards us? I don't know.
Well, that was the moment the incident took place. Earlier, we spoke to Chris Philp and the ship's captain for their reaction.
There was no warning given on the VHF radio, and they only fired the shots when they were in proximity to us. And I'm here with the skipper, actually, Matt. If you just turn the camera on. I mean, Matt, did you hear or see any warning?
No, there was no warning or anything. I didn't see any shapes displayed on the vessel, so it just seemed a bit strange that they've got the whole sea where they could have previously done the training, and they waited till they was right alongside. So
they weren't firing before, they weren't firing afterwards. It was only when they were in proximity to us.
Bit of an odd one, this. What have you made of it?
I would think, I don't know if I'm cynical here, but I think there was an element of delight with Chris Philp today that he could...
That someone was shooting at him?
Well, because they weren't shooting at him. The Times has a picture of the person with the gun firing what is very clearly in a very different direction to Chris Philp. Okay. And, you know, this is a standard training exercise. He wanted to say, he leapt on it, he wanted to say this was a plot to deter him, as if he was that important that the French Navy would go out and try and shoot him in the middle of the Channel. It's a nonsense, really. It's quite funny.
We actually have reaction from the French Embassy, but I'd like your thoughts, Adam and John, first.
Well, I think there's no evidence that the French knew that Chris Philp was there, or indeed who Chris Philp is. So, you know, this is a good break for him. I mean, the one thing I would say is, you know, fair enough, he can highlight his exciting day at sea. But frankly, even if they had been aiming at him with a handgun, I don't think they would have had any chance at that distance on the high seas. Of
you saw a few splashes on the water, but what you did not see was him ducking like that, you know. So clearly it didn't look as though the bullets were being aimed at him. There was neither he nor his... the chap with him ducked at all or seemed to be taking any evasive action.
Let's find out what the French Embassy said, shall we? They said, today, the French Coast Guard vessel Flamand conducted a small arms firing exercise off the coast of Cap Gris-Nez. To maintain their high level of operational readiness in the current international context, French Navy units train regularly. Individual combatant training is a normal activity for a vessel in operations. The statutory signals required by international standards for this type of firing exercise were displayed and all safety protocols were followed. This exercise is unrelated to the presence of a British ship in the area, which was outside the range of the firing. Well, there you go. That's what they say. Chris Philp, I guess, doesn't agree.
Well, no, but I think I don't know. I don't want to be too cynical here, but he did seem to enjoy the drama. He was doing a lot of social media posting. He was giving a lot of interviews. When you actually think this through logically, one of our closest allies taking aim at a shadow minister in the middle of the Channel, it is not something I think the French would risk. So, you know, it's a nice silly season story.
OK. Let's go to a story that's very much not a silly season story, horrific in Japan, where the search is continuing into the night for people, excuse me, for people missing in a collapsed shopping mall and the paper factory. The 6.8 magnitude quake struck at 4:27 p.m. local time, and it was strong enough to be felt in neighboring South Korea. Now, the epicenter in the heart of the Kumamoto prefecture on Japan's main South Island of Kyushu. And officials say around 30 people are unreachable at a collapsed shopping mall, while several people are missing after a chimney caved in at a paper mill. Our Asia correspondent Helen Ann Smith has this report.
The aftermath looks almost otherworldly. What was once a shopping mall structure, scattered. Mangled metal that looks as if it's been picked up and launched. Indeed, the Aeon shopping centre is now a focal point in this disaster. Here, an explosion followed the quake, leaving huge parts of this building blown out or collapsed in, and people unaccounted for. Video from inside shows the early panic as people ran to escape. Dashcam footage caught the blast. It's unclear exactly what caused it. In a country no stranger to earthquakes, this was a big one. The highest level 7 on Japan's own seismic scale. Throughout Kumamoto, people screamed and ducked as they shook. Just listen to the lingering fear.
The initial shock was, I think, about 2 minutes or something, and it was quite big. I've never experienced that big earthquake, so I was not being able to stand still. So I was in holding rail or something. I feel like every 20 minutes, I feel like, you know, the land is shaking.
An urban epicenter has heightened the impact. Damage to homes, roads and buildings. A train derailed from its tracks. Authorities have warned of aftershocks, some 300,000 evacuated.
We're currently assessing the damage and number of casualties, but there have been reports on injuries as well as power cuts, damaged roads, bridges and buildings. I ask all to take measures to protect yourselves.
10 years ago, this city saw an earthquake that killed dozens. But this is still a provincial place with many old and traditional buildings. Experience doesn't lessen the shock. Japan may be better prepared than most for events like this, but no amount of preparation could fully withstand such force, and the full cost is still being counted. Helen Ann Smith, Sky News in Beijing.
A strong point there made by Helen Ann that obviously Japan is better prepared. If we think of the images we saw come out of Venezuela with that earthquake not long ago, where the buildings just collapsed. I mean, here, Japan obviously has structures built for it, but the devastation is still huge.
Yeah, but also a populace that is prepared for it. You know, I'm struck by that picture of the office, everyone knowing what to do, get under the table, and also the really pretty calm demeanour of the Prime Minister, the new Prime Minister, the first female Prime Minister of Japan, just saying, look, it's happened, it's a major earthquake, we're doing what we can, but expect there'll be more earthquakes coming in the coming days. I mean, there is a degree, I think, of sang-froid and efficiency about Japan on these incidents.
I think it's hard for us to imagine in the UK what it must be like to experience an earthquake. It's so foreign as an experience to anything that we would ever...
There was a minor one in Scotland, apparently.
Well, we have minor ones, but not, you know, proper buildings shaking. You know, I think it is interesting that the buildings are built to withstand this kind of event, but I heard today that the shopping centre had only recently reopened because it had been rebuilt following an earthquake. The shopping centre whose second floor had collapsed.
That was caused, I think, by... I think it was a gas leak.
Yeah.
So the destruction was not actually the earthquake.
Yeah,
the major
it was
destruction
the
was
explosion.
that massive explosion.
Yeah, we're seeing the images.
Yeah.
But I mean, you know, as always with earthquakes, the impact and the toll of this will be revealed in the days to come.
Absolutely. Well, looking ahead, coming up next, we're going to take a first look at what's making the front pages of tomorrow's papers. Stay with us. Hear that whistle and that crunch? We know that they're coming from the south of the city where there's a column of Russian armoury.
I'm Alex Crawford and I'm Sky's special correspondent based in Istanbul.
Look at that sheet of flames, and that has happened within minutes, and now it's coming from both sides, and it's moving this way.
Time now to see what's making the front pages of tomorrow's papers. Well, the World Cup apparently being up for sale is the headline on the Eye. That's the story on the front of the Sun too, saying it could earn FIFA's boss Infantino tens of millions. The Star also leading with that one. UEFA tells FIFA's Infantino tournament is not for sale. The Guardian leads on the Prime Minister unveiling plans tomorrow on his strategy to improve social care. The Telegraph reports that health officials are drawing up plans for a 1.8% levy on earnings to fund social care reforms. The Express also leads on the story with figures from Age UK that 2 million older people are having to live without the necessary social care help. Shake-up of social care to lock out private firms, that's the headline on The Times. The Metro leads with Andy Burnham's plans to offer a £4,000 bursary to young people as an incentive to take up vocational training. That's also the lead story in tomorrow's Daily Mail, which calls it Burnham's benefit bribe. The Prime Minister seeking private sector deals to boost the economy is the lead story on tomorrow's Financial Times. Meanwhile, on the front of the Mirror, the mother of a Royal Navy sailor missing since 1986 issues a direct plea to the double killer that she believes murdered him. Okay, let's take a closer look at all the front pages now with Adam and Jenny. And let's start with that story that we spoke about at the top of the program, of course, the FIFA and the World Cup being for sale. The front page of The Sun. FIFA plot to flog off World Cup to investors. Bid earns millions for Trump pal Infantino. I mean, interesting that the story broke again, like, what, an hour and a half ago, and already on the front pages, Adam.
Yeah, yes, indeed. I mean, the story originally broken by the Times newspaper, but everyone has picked it up. Interesting, too, that the Daily Star has already gone moral, World Cup sinners rather than World Cup winners, with a big picture there of Infantino and Donald Trump. This is something that's quite extraordinary, because if Infantino were to get away with this, he would be going against the major football nations, the Europeans and the Latin Americans, although we haven't heard much from them, and basically using his leverage with Donald Trump to, as Andy Burnham says in his statement on this on social media, to try and turn football into a product rather than a sporting competition, as people have always understood it.
I mean, the other thing that's interesting about the front page is, unsurprisingly, they're using pictures of Infantino with Donald Trump, because there's the issue of the move itself and sort of flogging it off to investors. But then, of course, there's the link to Trump and the brother of his son-in-law. So Joshua Kushner was Jared Kushner's brother.
Yes, and, Infantino has long been portrayed as the baddie, and obsequious when it comes to Trump. There was the FIFA Peace Prize when Trump failed to win the Nobel Peace Prize. Of course, The Sun and The Star are going to go with this on the front pages because they know their audience. And, there's been a kind of, it seems, universal reaction, or at least within the UK, a national reaction to all of this, of this will not do. FIFA is supposed to be a non-profit. Once you bring these tens of billions of dollars into it, it becomes a completely different game. And, we're at a crunch point here. Either the World Cup is going to change entirely, or this is the end of Gianni Infantino. But, how the whole question is, what would it take for him to be toppled? He seems to be in quite a strong position there.
Well, he's up for re-election as president of FIFA, but everyone assumes that has been in the bag. But I think this is so controversial that people coupling this with his sort of heavy post on social media, just saying, everyone missed the point, and he had staged the greatest event in the world, which incidentally is parodied in The Guardian today by Marina Hyde, their columnist. I think there are people Spectator magazine, for example, is already saying they think he may have overreached himself with this one. And of course, he's identifying himself with Donald Trump, who has monetarized for his family and friends every aspect of policy. But there is a feeling now that, you know, maybe Trump too has enriched himself, but his ability to influence and persuade and bully people is in decline.
But you see, the thing about Donald Trump is his superpower is his immunity to shame. He can have all of these things thrown at him: corruption and being and lying and being foul-mouthed and uncouth, and it's irrelevant to him, and it doesn't stop him. And I think Infantino is following the same playbook. Whether or not it works for him or it's a quality that only works for Donald Trump remains to be.
Yeah, I mean, Infantino sees himself as one of these strongman world leaders. You know, he likes sitting next to Trump. He likes sitting next to Mohammed bin Saud of Saudi Arabia, and it gets, you know, the red carpet treatment and the private jets.
Yeah, even Andy Burnham. Well, not even Andy Burnham. Andy Burnham did comment on this as well, saying it was unacceptable. So, of course, Andy Burnham on a lot of the other front pages. If we start with the Mail, their headline: Burnham benefits bribe for parents of apprenticeship. Now, this is a bursary. Daily Mail calling it a bribe.
It's not a bribe.
It's a bursary.
Well, what it is it's supposed to be correcting an anomaly where a certain group of people who are on benefits, if they have a child in their household who is going on an apprenticeship, that's counted as income and they lose some of their benefits. So that disincentivizes young people from learning and from taking these apprenticeships. And so the thinking is, I think this is going to cost £30 million. It is a measure that will allow people to, a certain small number of families to not be risking £4,500 loss, to have that paid to them so that their kids can go off and learn skills. It is a sort of seen as a short-term measure that will have long-term benefits. But these kinds of headlines are going to make people incredibly angry. Again, the problem that we have with young people not being in employment, education and training is that a lot of them have been on benefits. There's something like 24% of people, was more than, I think it's 40% of people under the age of 24 who are NEETs have never had a job. And then that means that the likelihood of them being long-term on benefits is massive, and so there is an issue with that.
So
with
the
benefits
need
culture.
not in employment, education, training.
I mean, Pat McFadden, the welfare secretary, says this is only a very small group of people because this anomaly only happens basically if the entire family is on benefits, no one's working, and on top of that, the person receiving invalidity payments is disabled and is getting all the benefits that are available. Then you have this anomaly. And of course, these are relatively, you know, relatively poor people. So he's trying to eliminate that. But I think it's interesting because it's an interesting habit of mind, because he's saying, look at the difference between being on benefits and being in work. And of course, that is the whole argument.
Making work pay.
Making work pay, that at the moment, for quite a lot of young people, you're better off if you're on benefits. So they're opening up the issue in a positive way, saying we can help people, but they are focusing on this trap, which they may need to move on later.
It's middle of his second week, of course, very busy for him. And there's other headlines about social care. Now, he said he's going to use his political capital to try and find a solution. And here calling for consensus on an urgent fix, asking the leaders of the Conservatives and the Lib Dems to help him out on this, and asking for a meeting with them.
Apparently it's going to happen tomorrow, although Kemi Badenoch has a medical procedure, so she's unable to attend and is sending her health spokesman instead. But I think it's quite significant that no one's denying that this has proven an intractable problem, but the fact that the leaders want to talk about it. Ed Davey was asking for an invitation. Interestingly, Kemi Badenoch, although she's laid down this red line of there can't be tax rises to pay for social care, has also said she's open to discussing it, and Andy Burnham's taking them up on it. Although, if you look at the other papers, you know, there are problems emerging. The Telegraph is saying that in the Treasury and in the Health Department, they're drawing up an idea of having a private fund that workers would have to contribute to for social care. And then in the Times, they're saying that private care homes would be excluded. Anyone run for profit would be excluded from whatever the government plans are. But I think in the end, all this shows that these issues are being considered, are in the air. And of course, Louise Casey has been asked to report on this. Her report was meant to be coming in 2 years' time. She said she'll come up with something now, I think this October.
Now, to another story, 2 wars and a funeral. It's been a busy day in Washington with 2 of the world's most embattled leaders, Ukraine's President Zelensky and Israel's Prime Minister Netanyahu, both in town. They were also both among the congregation at the funeral of Republican hawk Senator Lindsey Graham. Let's bring in our U.S. correspondent, David Blevins. David, Lindsey Graham was described by Donald Trump as someone who never saw a war he didn't like. And then at his funeral, you have 2 prime ministers, both involved in wars.
Yes, well, it's been a day of great symbolism, I suppose, in Washington. The flag-draped coffin of not just any senator, but South Carolina's Lindsey Graham, a man who strenuously advocated for American involvement in foreign wars, carried into the National Cathedral, and there in the pews, not just any 2 world leaders, but Volodymyr Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, a nation at war, and Benjamin Netanyahu, the prime minister of Israel, which is, of course, inextricably linked to the war in Iran. Both there to hear President Trump pay tribute to the friend who was once his enemy, of course. But the significant business of the day had already taken place, not at the National Cathedral, but at the White House. First through the door was President Zelensky. He said afterwards the meeting had gone well. They discussed the possibility of America licensing Ukraine to produce Patriot defense missiles and the potential for fresh diplomatic efforts between Russia and Ukraine. We've not heard that for a while. He'd only gone about 1 minute when Netanyahu arrived, a bit of a revolving door to the Oval Office. There has been a bit of friction between Trump and Netanyahu in recent months, and there has been a lot of speculation that the Israeli Prime Minister is concerned that after 10 consecutive nights of strikes on Iran, the Americans are leaning back towards dialogue. But after that meeting, the White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said both meetings had in fact been positive and productive. So I suppose you could say that in death, as in life, Senator Lindsey Graham brought America's allies together, allies united in this case, not by peace, but by war, and by an American president who doesn't appear to be able to find a way to end either of those wars in Ukraine or in Iran.
David Blevins with the latest there from Washington. David, thank you. Let's get the thoughts of Adam and Jenny. I mean, I guess ironic that at the funeral you'd have 2 men. And actually, Lindsey Graham had championed with uncommon fervour both of the causes of their war.
Yeah, I mean, these big funerals are always opportunities for diplomacy behind the scenes. And I mean, Lindsey Graham was basically a neocon who did believe in the exercise of American power for positive ends. He certainly felt that the Americans should have gone in harder in the Iran war. But he was also someone who at times was prepared to disagree publicly with aspects of Donald Trump's leadership. What I think is almost most interesting about those 2 meetings with Zelensky and Netanyahu is what we don't know. I mean, this was not White House theatre of them sitting there and Donald Trump, spouting his own opinions and trying to take them prisoner. These were private meetings. Yeah. And I think that shows that things are moving. And of course, we know that Zelensky has been making the argument very strongly, saying, do you not realise that Russia is effectively on the side of Iran and helping Iran in the war which you're trying to win there, so therefore you should support us against Russia. But also, of course, Zelensky has, with Ukrainian drone technology, contributed to the defence of the UAE nations and Saudi Arabia, offered them assistance and help. So he is, playing this big game as well.
And because of Russia showing how the 2 wars are now overlapping, really.
Yes, and I think Zelensky has been very smart. He knows how to handle Trump now. He knows to thank him on social media. He also knows that after that appalling meeting in the Oval Office that none of us will ever forget, where Donald Trump said, "You don't have any cards," he has some cards now. And he's deploying them, showing them. And it's not just that he can make the point about the links between Russia and Iran, but he's also been gaining some ground in the war. And so he knows that Trump likes strength. He also knows that Trump likes being thanked, and he's doing very well.
I mean, it'll be interesting to see if anything does come out of these closed doors meeting. You know, how much we hear of what actually was said. Now, coming up on the wrap, can the European wildfires be contained as the continent gets ready for another spell of super hot weather?
This is how you travel when the mafia wants to kill you.
He's almost given up his own freedom, but that's the price he's willing to pay.
Here, they don't just arrest and Ndrangheta mafia members, they also live among them.
Time after time, I've seen the devastating impact of extreme weather and climate change.
We don't have much snow at the moment.
They've had a warm spring and exceptionally hot summer, and that means they're expecting to lose more than 3 times the amount of ice than they usually do.
Flames are still forcing people from their homes and leaving many questioning their futures.
Here was my life. We have nothing. I can't say anything. It's so sad.
This disaster is testing the resolve of everyone on this island.
The only way out now is by boat.
Everything you see is devastated, and the misery being felt by people living here is repeated in towns and villages across Central Europe.
Sky News, get the full story first. Turkey is burying its dead. The loss is profound.
Whole families died in this collapse, generations wiped out.
The violence has penetrated the heart of the city rather than being contained to the estates around the edge, and that speaks to the level of anger being felt here. In Sweden, police have seized a lethal stash. This is just a small sample of the deadly arsenal taken off the streets.
This is an example of an advert, really. Anyone of any age could say, "I'll do that for £1 million," and then have to go and shoot someone.
Yes.
I'm Siobhan Robbins, Sky's Europe correspondent based here in Berlin.
The cameras are poised here, there, everywhere.
The day those present would never forget.
First question, Sky News.
Do you hate the thought of losing to him?
I hate the thought of losing to anyone.
Historic day here today. They are pushing forward.
They dash to the water.
Wait, what country are you from? the UK. Why don't you go back to your country?
Huge questions to be grappled with.
That is totally unprecedented. Been quite some day.
Let me start with breaking news.
The best thing about being a Sky News journalist? I'll take you behind the scenes here for Election Night Live. They have gone up and up. Big Sky News journalist. Ed Conway, Sky News, is anyone going to talk to us? Mortgage rates did go up very sharply during your time in office. Here it is.
First off, just the scale of what we're looking at.
Our data shows it's been happening. Question is, why it hasn't been stopped.
Jubilation in the streets, while some emotional. This is a political victory for Prime Minister Modi and his Hindu Nationalist Party. I'm Neville Lazarus, and I'm Sky's reporter based in Delhi. Companies like these are helping India in its trajectory to be a serious player in space exploration. Sky News, get the full story first.
Bring you some breaking news. We've just seen a post on X by Ed Davey, of course, the leader of the Liberal Democrats, who had been invited by Andy Burnham to discuss social care with Kemi Badenoch. Now, she can't come to the meeting tomorrow. Apparently, neither can he. This is what he said. I'm with my family in France, and as people know, I have a disabled son who needs 24/7 care. So I can't come back in Westminster tomorrow, can't be back in Westminster tomorrow, but I look forward to meeting Andy Burnham over Zoom. Zoom. I'm hopeful this call may prove to be the first step towards fixing our broken care service. So not many people showing up to that meeting with Andy Burnham.
It's a bit like the Clacton by-election, isn't it? You've got a big bit of theatre in the supporting actors not turning up. Well, at least he's going to be there on Zoom, but it means there isn't going to be pictures, there isn't going to be a photo opportunity. It's going to have less of an impact than perhaps Burnham.
Wouldn't they have known that he was in France?
Well, I mean, normally before you announce you're going to have a meeting with people, you tend to check whether they're going to be available.
Yeah.
This looks like maybe a first sort of presentation snafu of the Burnham team. On the other hand, I suspect people will be critical of both Davey and Kemi Badenoch for not taking up the invitation.
Okay. Now, firefighters in France are working around the clock to contain wildfires that have forced more than 220,000 people to flee their homes before a new heat wave pushes temperatures higher once again. Sky's Alex Rossi reports now from southwestern France.
From the air, the fire leaps across the countryside in glowing ribbons. In this area, the blaze is advancing with the certainty of the tides. These are no longer isolated incidents, and resources across the region are being stretched to the limit.
We've got a major flare-up behind us and two smaller ones out front, which require a massive deployment of aerial and ground resources in a place that's difficult to access.
The scale of this disaster is difficult to absorb. Fires are burning across areas measured in tens of thousands of hectares. This conflagration is now 4 times the size of Paris.
There is a real sense of unease now across this region. The weather is changing again. It's extraordinarily hot. And you can feel the wind as well. It's whipping through this area now. You can see how much destruction there is in this part of the forest. They've managed to get the flames under control, but look over here. You can see as the wind's picking up again, it's starting.
And the speed with which the flames move is startling. Places that were once green turned to charcoal and ash in the space of a few hours. These images, captured by a firefighter, show the ferocity of the flames as they're fanned by the windy conditions. And what stands out is the relentlessness of this disaster. As one area is brought under control, another is demanding attention elsewhere. Much of the Gironde region is now deserted. Communities that were preparing for another hot summer have faced repeated evacuations and an uncertain return.
The fire came in from everywhere and surrounded the village. Unfortunately, it burned through the whole forest and burned around 15% of the houses, roughly 180 homes.
In the coastal town of Lacanau, holidaymakers and residents forced to leave, with the fires quickly creeping ever closer. Fire crews from across the continent are now working together, but with wildfire seasons becoming longer and more destructive, this is now a test of Europe's ability to respond to a changing climate. Alex Rossi, Sky News, Southwest France.
I mean, Europe has never really seen these sorts of fires, and now they're going to get another heat wave, I think the 3rd or 4th of the summer, which is going to make it worse.
Well, so are we tomorrow, supposedly. But I think what's interesting there at the end, Alex, saying how there's been a across the continent response with fire services. And of course, they're not just fires in France, they're also in Spain and Italy as well. And, you know, it's sobering for us because if it happens here, because of Brexit and not being in the EU, there's not an automatic response system of other countries coming to our aid. So I think we're going to see disaster planning and planning for fire being yet another thing stacking up in Burnham's in tray.
I think we have to stop calling them heat waves as well. This is just summer now. I mean, this has been feels like a continuous heat wave. I remember not that long ago when it being 30 degrees was really, really hot and really unusual.
We had
thing.
40, what, 3 years ago?
Yes, 43 years ago. And then, you know, now when it's 30 degrees, it's like, yes, this is the summer.
Okay.
And it's amazing how quickly things have changed.
There's a cartoon, one of the papers of a grumpy old man sitting in a chair and his children saying at least will stop him banging on about the summer of 1976.
There you go. We'll take a quick look now at what the weather is going to be like for us.
You're looking happy.
Well, the forecast looks good.
So you've sorted the travel insurance then?
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors Sky News Weather.
Well, the heat across southern Britain will peak tomorrow with a high of 35 degrees Celsius possible in the southeast. Most places will have a muggy and dry start to the day, but the north and west will see showery outbreaks of rain. Central, southern and eastern England will be sunny through the morning. Elsewhere, expect more cloud. Stay with us. We'll have more on the wrap at the top of the hour.
All Clear Travel Insurance proudly sponsors Sky News Weather.
What's the best thing about being a Sky News journalist?
Who's funnier?
Being a Sky News journalist.
A special edition of The World with me, Yalda Hakim.
Pakistan had the right to respond.
You're like, what?
A historic day here today. Congratulations, this is a huge moment. But what happens now?
Hear that whistle and that crunch? We know that they're coming from the south of the city where there's a column of Russian armoury. I'm Alex Crawford and I'm Sky's special correspondent based in Istanbul.
Look at that sheet of flames, and that has happened within minutes, and now it's coming from both sides, and it's moving this way.
Tonight on The Wrap, the World Cup for sale. There is fury at Gianni Infantino's plan to rake in billions by selling shares in the World Cup to private investors. Sky News learns that European nations could announce a boycott. Fixing social care, Andy Burnham says he wants to work together with Kemi Badenoch and Ed Davey to find common ground on how to tackle the crisis in adult social care, which has defeated politicians for decades.
Anyone who did cross the channel and arrive in Dover could be immediately deported within around about a week. Is that a warning shot towards us?
And the French warship fires shots in the channel as Tory MP Chris Philp is interviewed live on air. He calls it deliberate intimidation, just routine training, say the French. We discuss the day's biggest stories with the journalist and broadcaster Jenny Kleeman and the political commentator Adam Bolton. Plus, we'll take a first look at the front pages of tomorrow's papers in half an hour. Good evening. Thank you for joining us. We start with a developing story tonight. The World Cup is apparently up for sale, and European nations are so furious they could organize a boycott. Well, so too is the Prime Minister, Andy Burnham, who's piled in, saying football belongs to the fans. Let's get quick comments from Jenny and Adam. What do we make of it?
I think this is a pretty big story. It's about selling the competition to private investors who might decide that why not have a World Cup every year or whatever. Very significant that the European nations are already saying, well, in that case, we may boycott the World Cup. Either, I think, the World Cup is going to become, basically the property of rich Americans and members of Donald Trump's extended family. Interesting that Andy Burnham is now sort of almost challenging the Trump family over this. Or I suspect it might be the end of Gianni Infantino.
Jenny?
And it shows how much Trumpianism has transcended politics and gone into football, because you have Infantino, who seems to want to be as immune to shame as Donald Trump, as willing to exploit every possible asset. And it remains to be seen whether or not this will be a step too far, whether or not the European nations who are so far expressing outrage can actually stop this from happening.
John Craig joins us as well. John, what is it that FIFA is proposing exactly?
Basically flogging off the World Cup to a venture capital company. But what is particularly controversial is the fact that this company, it's called Thrive Eternal, was set up earlier this year, is run by Joshua Kushner, and he is the brother of Donald Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, who's married to Ivanka Trump, one of Donald Trump's daughter, or the only daughter, I'm not sure. And it's the links between Gianni Infantino...
Yeah, there's Tiffany as well. There you are.
There's two, yeah. It's the links between Gianni Infantino, which was so controversial during the World Cup, that makes this such a potent row, really. You'll remember during the World Cup there was outrage when President Trump intervened to get the suspension of an American player who'd been sent off in a match.
Belligan, yeah.
The suspension overturned, and that caused a huge row. All sorts of allegations about favouritism of the Argentinians and so on. And this was really... It's happened just a week or so after the World Cup final. It's happened really quickly. Clearly, it looks like a deal cooked up between President Trump and Infantino. And there is outrage from, for example, UEFA, from Sepp Blatter, a former FIFA president, and, most significantly for us, Andy Burnham, who has said this, writing on X. The World Cup is not a product, he says. Let me say this very directly. Football does not belong to investors. It belongs to the people who fill the stands and who stand on the touchline week in, week out, rain or shine. The World Cup is not a product. It's the greatest competition in world sport. It was never anyone's to sell. Dress the deal up however you like. Once you have sold a piece of it, you've sold out. Football belongs to the fans. It always has, and it always will. Now, you mentioned UEFA's reaction as possible threat of a boycott. In a statement, UEFA have said, this crosses a line that football's governing institutions should never cross. UEFA takes it extremely seriously. So should every national football association. So should every stakeholder, leagues, clubs, players, supporters, governments and everyone who cares about the future of the game. The soul and governance of football are not assets to trade, especially with zero transparency as to who gains financially. None of us are the owners of football. It's not FIFA's to sell. Now that, you could say, is predictable. Less predictable, perhaps, was the action from Sepp Blatter, the former boss of FIFA, who was not uncontroversial during his time in office.
Well, he'd been accused of corruption and investigated and then not convicted, though.
He says the close relationship between the FIFA president and the US president has reached a financial dimension that is deeply damaging football. No one has the right to sell our game. Now, as for Mr. Burnham, of course, earlier this week in a television interview, he said he will disagree with President Trump in public if necessary. I can't at any point say that I won't take a different opinion from him. I will need to voice a different idea that's right for Britain. So, could this be Burnham and Trump's first clash?
It could be, but before that, I think it's intra-football. Let's just say what FIFA claims that this would be used for. So they say that the capital raised would be used to establish an optional program that member associations could use to receive additional development funding of up to $20 million. And of course, then they could use it for infrastructure, women's football, whatever they wanted to. How does that change the dynamic?
It doesn't change the dynamic. I mean, we can all see this for what it is. It is trying to turn football into the way sports are run in America. The Times is reporting that Infantino himself looks set to earn tens of millions of dollars should this go ahead. It is being dressed up as being good for football, and of course it would be dressed up that way to make it more palatable, but I don't think anybody is fooled by this. And when you've got Sepp Blatter taking the moral high ground, you've really got to worry about how murky this is.
He did it before, during the World Cup, actually.
But it also, I mean, it's worth pointing that, yeah, it's saying this could bring more revenue into football, which, frankly, is not much sign it really needs it. But also, the money coming in, the countries, members countries can actually sell their share to private investors. So presumably they wouldn't get the money and the private investors would then get the money. And while we're talking about corruption, I referred to this earlier on, Joshua and Jared Kushner's father is a New Jersey real estate developer called Charles Kushner, who served 14 months in federal prison for tax evasion, illegal campaign contributions and witness tampering. And guess what? Donald Trump's now appointed him as ambassador to France.
Okay. But I suppose we could separate...
Good research. Very good.
We could separate into the scheme itself and the links to Donald Trump and the brother of his son-in-law. So what do you think is the bit, I mean, to all of you, which one is the bit that's most offensive, do you think, to UEFA, to others, to Sepp Blatter?
Well, I think they're both equally offensive. I mean, football is not traditionally loved in the USA, as Adam was saying before.
They call it soccer.
They call it
the soccer.
It's a game that women play, and it is something that is, very, very important and central to the cultural life of European nations, South American nations, and many nations in Africa. The Americanization of this sport, because it is seen to be a lucrative seam to mine, will stick in the craw of a lot of fans, regardless of whether or not Donald Trump is involved. However, with Donald Trump, we know that he is prepared to go to extraordinary lengths to exploit what he sees to be financially viable. And we know that Infantino has been following his lead. He wanted to launch a FIFA crypto coin earlier on this year. This is straight out of the Trump playbook. I think the two things are inextricably linked.
I mean, football is known as the beautiful game, but it's also known as the people's game. And it played around the world and viewed in that case, and it's not run for profit. It's not a product. That's what Andy Burnham actually says in his communications, even although, yes, we all know there's a lot of money flowing around in football. The model of it is still predominantly, working class men and women who play football for the entertainment of working class men and women and others around the world. And this is basically saying, all of them are mugs, and basically they're only there to make money for
Because it's a
billionaires.
simple game. All you need is a ball and two things you're saying, a goalpost. That's the whole point. Anyone can play it.
I was going to say a couple of years ago, more than that actually, Boris Johnson opposed the plans for a European Super League, and that was seen off. Similar type of breakaway, this.
And similar American model, basically not having relegation, but just taking the top teams, wholly owning them. And
I mean, interestingly, though, so we know that the European teams or UEFA are opposed to this. I'm just having a quick look at wires, and I can't see any reaction from other countries, I don't know, whether African, who knows what Latin American countries are thinking or other. Do you think there might be a split between the European nations and others?
I think maybe Andy Burnham is seeing this as a really good opportunity, that if he ever is going to be standing up to Donald Trump, defending football is something that our country will get behind. It doesn't get more
popular than that. And we can see the front page of The Sun there. They don't mince about with their words. For sale around the World Cup. FIFA plot to flog off World Cup to investors. And again, the star there, World Cup sinners. A play of words on winners, of course. And interesting on both front pages, it's Infantino, but next to Donald Trump. So highlighting that connection there with Donald Trump. Okay, well, it's obviously a story that will get a lot of attention tomorrow. We started getting reaction just, I think, a few minutes after it was announced. So it'll be interesting to see how it develops. Now, within the past few minutes, Andy Burnham has taken the first step towards trying to fix adult social care. In an announcement from Number 10, he says he'll put everything he's got into it. Well, that begins tomorrow. He's to visit a care home and will say that for decades, governments have failed to tackle reform of social care, seeing it as too risky, too difficult, and too complicated. But his plan to invite party leaders to work with him has already hit problems because Kemi Badenoch is not available at short notice for a meeting tomorrow. And Davy says he'll meet via Zoom. Right, let's get Jenny and Adam's thoughts on this, and John as well. Let's start on the social care aspect of it. I mean, he's got a lot of political capital, he says it himself the whole time. Is it going to be enough, do you think?
Well, we have to see what he's proposing. You have the Telegraph have heard whispers there's going to be a 1.8% levy on earnings supplemented by making wealthier elderly people pay for their social care. These are all really difficult political decisions. And in time anything like this has been suggested before, it's been given a label, a horrific label, like a death tax or a dementia tax, which has been political kryptonite to other prime ministers. That's why it's clever that he is trying to co-opt the other party leaders by having this meeting tomorrow. Interesting, not just that neither of them are actually going to be there in person, but also that nobody has thought about Nigel Farage and whether or not he's going to be there, that he's still being treated as if he's a political irrelevance in all of this, which is interesting because the polls would suggest he shouldn't be. So it's very much a kind of old view of what political consensus might be. But, you know, now is the time to tackle these intractable problems. He knows that, and he seems to be going for it.
I mean, I think the main point is he's grasped a nettle. I mean, this is the biggest thing, along with the other things he says concerned, but this is the biggest of them, that he knows it's a problem, he knows no one sorted it before, and he said, I'm going to put everything into it. So this is a yardstick which he'll be judged by. As we know, it is one that he has long been concerned about. He had ideas to deal with it when he was health secretary in the Brown government, and he has a personal experience with his father who has dementia at the moment and doesn't know that his son has become prime minister. But what is also interesting about this is it is of a piece with, he's not giving us the details, he's not saying where he's got the money yet, but what he's saying he wants to do with the Premiership, which is actually to deal with structural problems here at home that, if he could solve just with needs, would actually, in the medium term, have economic benefits, because the whole argument about social care at the moment is that it is leading to a lot of the jams in the health service because people can't get the social care they need, so they're, you know, bed blocking is a crude word, but they're in the NHS, so the NHS would work better and have, you know, less responsibility for social care if they can make this work. So, you know, it's an interesting pitch. I'm not saying it's going to work.
John, is there any indication of what the actual plan might be?
Well, there is a suggestion that there'll be some sort of levy. I mean, in previous governments, previous prime ministers, both Boris Johnson and Rishi Sunak, when Jeremy Hunt was Chancellor, they talked about putting up national insurance. I don't think that's probably will work very well, given the controversy about Labour doing that for employers already. I mean, what he's saying ahead of he's making a big speech tomorrow. He says it's time to draw a line under people playing politics when the human cost of that means carers struggling, families paying the price, our NHS buckling under the strain. Bed blocking, as you say. It comes down to a choice. We can carry on passing the problem to the next generation, or we can face it head on and work together, build a care system that gives people dignity, security and the support they deserve. Now, on working together, what's going to happen tomorrow in terms of the meeting is they're not all going to be in a room together. Sir Ed Davey has let it be known he's in France caring for his son, who I think has various special needs. He'll be on Zoom. Kemi Badenoch cannot attend because she's got a pre-planned minor operation. Stuart Andrew, who is the Shadow Health Secretary, he's going. However, pre-planned minor surgery was deliberately timed for the recess, we're told. However, the Tories have hit out. One source has said, if Burnham was serious about working cross-party, he would have given us more than 18 hours notice for a 30-minute meeting during recess, and the invitation wouldn't have been immediately press released. It's almost like it's only being done for show. Well, that doesn't sound very consensual, does it?
No.
Common ground across the parties. So clearly, Kemi Badenoch seems to be a bit sceptical.
Well, we also had her preemptive statement at the weekend that she was willing to cooperate, but only if there was a commitment to no tax rises. So, you know, she clearly sees this as a political issue.
Yeah, of course. I mean, and she's obviously... I mean, the money's got to come from somewhere, and there's obviously some people are going to have to pay for it, whether it's tax rises, national insurance, various levies. We've had these caps over the years on which, I mean, you mentioned dementia tax, death tax, and so on. I mean, various governments have tried it. It must be about 6 prime ministers have tried to sort this out, and it hasn't worked so far. But as Adam says, it's personal for the prime minister, and he regards it as unfinished business as well.
Regardless of whether or not this meeting is a stunt, this looks like boldness, which is what we did not have from Keir Starmer at a time when he had just won this massive majority and could have really grasped many nettles and chose not to. So it is interesting that he seems prepared to do that. And I think the public are aware of the problems and challenges that we face. And it will be interesting to see if there's a style of leadership that can actually level with people and say, look, here are the numbers, here are the sums, here's what we've got going. We need to work together. These aren't easy choices. It'll be interesting to see whether or not the public can accept that, because the assumption by all opposition parties, which is why these things have always been given these monikers, death tax, dementia tax, is that it's just completely unpalatable. But maybe people can handle the truth.
The numbers are quite something. I think it's 18 billion extra a year for this.
And also on this, in a sense, helping him potentially are the fact that there are public inquiries out there, or in reports which have already been ordered. So on NEETs and young people in employment, we've got Alan Milburn, who was at the Prime Minister's side at his visit today. And then Louise Casey is looking at social care. She said initially it was going to take 3 years. She's now saying that she can come back with ideas earlier. And I believe she's launching a public consultation, which will just last a matter of a couple of months, coming back with a report in October. So I think there is a clear attempt. I mean, whether, John's quite right, it is, the Tories are positioning themselves, but, there is an attempt to have consultation and cooperation. But in the end, as Jenny says, to confront a very, very serious issue.
A big conversation on care is what Mr. Burnham is calling the consultation, Louise Case. I mean, she is the sort of ace troubleshooters that the government always seems to turn to. And it was Sir Keir Starmer who set up her commission, and Andy Burnham's asked her, obviously, to speed it up, and she said she's happy to do that.
OK. Well, John, stay with us, because I'd love your thoughts on this story. Whether it's deliberate intimidation or just routine training, we're going to hear more about live rounds being fired close to the shadow Home Secretary. Stay with us.
The best thing about being a Sky News journalist? I'm going to take you behind the scenes here for Election Night Live. They have gone up and up. Big Sky News journalist. Ed Conway. Sky News, is anyone going to talk to us? Mortgage rates did go up very sharply during your time in office. Here it is. First off, just the scale of what we're looking at. Our data shows it's been happening. Question is, why it hasn't been stopped.
Jubilation in the streets, while some emotional. This is a political victory for Prime Minister Modi and his Hindu Nationalist Party. I'm Neville Lazarus, and I'm Sky's reporter based in Delhi. Companies like these are helping India in its trajectory to be a serious player in space exploration. Sky News, get the full story first.
What's the best thing about being a Sky News journalist?
Who's funnier?
Being a Sky News journalist.
A special edition of The World with me, Yalda Hakim.
Pakistan had the right to respond.
You're like, what?
Historic day here today. Congratulations, this is a huge moment. But what happens now?
Conservative MP Chris Philp shared a video on social media of a French warship firing what he says were 17 live rounds in the English Channel while he was doing a live interview. This is the moment the incident took place.
Anyone who did cross the Channel and arrive in Dover could be immediately deported within around about a week.
Give that a second, he's just dragging a line.
Is that a warning shot towards us? I don't know.
Well, earlier we spoke to Chris Philp and the ship's captain to get their reaction.
There was no warning given on the VHF radio, and they only fired the shots when they were in proximity to us. And I'm here with the skipper, actually, Matt. If you just turn the camera on. I mean, Matt, did you hear or see any warning?
No, there was no warning or anything. I didn't see any shapes displayed on the vessel, so it just seemed a bit strange that they've got the whole sea where they could have previously done the training, and they waited till they was right alongside. So
they weren't firing before, they weren't firing afterwards. It was only when they were in proximity to us.
Well, the French embassy said this. Today, the French Coast Guard vessel Flamand conducted a small arms firing exercise off the coast of Cap Grinet. To maintain their high level of operational readiness in the current international context, French Navy units train regularly. Individual combatant training is a normal activity for a vessel on operations. The statutory signals required by international standards for this type of firing exercise were displayed and all safety protocols were followed. This exercise is unrelated to the presence of a British ship in the area, which was outside the range of the firing. The words there, of the French embassy. It's quite a surreal story, Elizabeth. What are your thoughts?
Well, if they hadn't fired the shots, I don't think we'd be talking about Chris Philp's trip to the Channel. You know, I mean, he can make what he likes of that. I mean, it appears that the French didn't know who Chris Philp was there. They probably didn't know who he was. They say, as you've just said, that they followed the normal protocols. They weren't aiming at him. And even if they had been, they wouldn't have hit him at that range. So, you know, it's amusing. They might, I think, have apologised and just said, we're sorry that, you know, a British politician was alarmed, but we haven't had that. But maybe they've done that privately.
The fact that on his own social media, which you showed, he put it up with gunshot, gunshot every time there was any kind of crack of fire. He could tell that part of him was thinking, can I make capital out of this? Is this my Trump in Pennsylvania moment? But there are images released, they were in the Times Online today that I saw, that the gun was being pointed in completely the opposite direction to him. And you can see from the pictures we're looking at now that when the gunshots actually went off, they didn't feel particularly threatened. So this, to me, looks like a very exciting day for Chris Philp, an opportunity to get on the news and to get discussed on social media. But I don't think anyone there really believed that this was some sort of targeted assassination on the part of our allies in France.
No, probably not. John?
The first thing I noticed was they didn't duck. I mean, if you think you're being fired at, you'd probably do that, wouldn't you?
I didn't think they were being fired at.
And he claimed in an interview he did with Sky News with our colleague Jane Sacker that he witnessed the French helping migrants, whatever, get onto boats and get across to the English
Because
Channel.
that's why he's actually in the Channel anyway, giving this interview on a boat.
He said that the Belgians, I think, were turning them back, but the French were helping them come across the Channel. That's what he's claiming. But, I mean, as for being
And so
fired
he's suggesting that the French were shooting at him because of that, or he's just...
He says they wanted to deter him.
Yeah, but I think it's also the case that the rate at which people are crossing the Channel is down quite significantly.
His argument, as he talks about the weather, he says the only thing that stops the boats is the weather. I mean,
what do you mean? It's lovely weather at the moment if you're going out to sea. It seems...
You called it a silly season story. I mean, I could call it Carry On Up the Channel.
Yes.
On that note, John Craig, John, thank you. Right, it's time now to see what is making the front pages of tomorrow's papers. Well, the World Cup apparently being up for sale is the headline on the Eye. And that's the story on the front of the Sun too, saying it could earn FIFA's boss Infantino tens of millions. The Star's also leading with that one. UEFA tells FIFA's Infantino tournament not for sale. The Guardian leads on the Prime Minister unveiling plans tomorrow on his strategy to improve social care. The Telegraph reports that health officials are drawing up plans for a 1.8% levy on earnings to fund social care reforms. The Express also leads on the story with figures from Age UK that 2 million older people are having to live without the necessary social care help. Shake-up of social care to lock out private firms. That's the headline on the Times. The Metro leads with Andy Burnham's plans to offer a £4,000 bursary to young people as an incentive to take up vocational training. That's also the lead story in tomorrow's Daily Mail, which calls it Burnham's benefit bribe. The Prime Minister seeking private sector deals to boost the economy is the lead story on tomorrow's Financial Times. Meanwhile, on the front of the Mirror, the mother of a Royal Navy sailor who's been missing since 1986 issues a direct plea to the double killer that she believes murdered him. Okay, let's take a look at some of the front pages in more detail with Adam and Jenny. And why don't we start with social care, which, of course, we've been talking about a lot. If we look at the Daily Express, their headline, 2 million missing out on social care that they need, which, of course, is at the heart of the problem, isn't it, Adam? And the other issue, how you fund it.
Yeah, and clearly aimed at Daily Express readers. They're concentrating on 2 million older people who are not getting the help they need due to the crisis in social care. This is really something which Andy Burnham has now put high up on his priorities with this speech today, saying that, yes, there is a problem, this is part of it, and he's going to have some kind of national care service, and the other newspapers are looking at possible aspects of how it might be paid for. I think it's quite clear that we're going to get discussion initially rather than firm ideas from Andy Burnham.
Well, the Times is a specific angle.
Today.
One of the things you're talking about, shake-up of social care to lock up private firms. They're saying concern over taxpayers actually funding for-profit homes to deal with the issue.
Yes, I mean, we know there's going to be this meeting tomorrow. We don't know what Andy Burnham is suggesting, but the Times saying that he's going to pledge to put everything he's got behind it, and that will mean that privately run nursing home chains could be cut out of this, shake up the idea of kind of if taxes are going to increase, private firms are not going to be being able to profit from those increases. It's one of those things where we kind of have to see the detail, different little leaks of, the Telegraph is also has leaks of what's going to be involved, but we do actually need to see the thing in the round before we can criticise it.
I mean, it's worth saying Andy Burnham's saying the model is the National Health Service, well, when the National Health Service was created, a lot of private health facilities were nationalised effectively, so maybe that was the way of doing it. I mean, at the same time, you may remember a week or so ago, there was quite a scandal where it emerged that with childcare, some private providers are looking after children at risk were really charging quite extraordinary amounts of money.
Making huge profits.
And clearly there'd be no point in having that.
Let me just stop you there to bring you some breaking news that's coming in to us from the US military. They're saying the IRGC, so the Revolutionary Guard of Iran, launched multiple ballistic missiles from Iran on US forces based in the Middle East. They're saying that at 5:45 p.m. Eastern time today, so it's US time, the IRGC launched multiple ballistic missiles. I think they're also saying that all Iranian missiles were successfully intercepted. Yes, and just repeating that line there. So that just coming into us now. And we had seen a lull in fighting. We had seen, I think, a suspension of US attacks on Iran, I think, the past 2 or 3 nights. The previous 13, we'd seen multiple attacks. And now the US saying the IRGC is attacking various forces based in the Middle East. Doesn't specify where, but, it could well be, Bahrain, Kuwait, Doha, who knows.
And this is a war that Donald Trump was saying in March was going to be over very soon, going to be over in weeks, just like Ukraine. It just goes to show these are difficult, intractable problems in very complicated parts of the world that you can't just go in and take over and assume that everything's going to be all right.
And of course, it coincides with the Netanyahu, Prime Minister of Israel, being back in the White House today. Maybe they want to send a signal about that. Who knows?
Yeah, it's interesting. Obviously, we're monitoring developments there. Let's go back to the discussion that we were having about social care and the way it's covered in the papers. Or actually, if we go to the FT on the front page, where Burnham seeks private sector deals in growth push, so still needing to convince private equity firms that he cares about them.
Yes, I mean, this is the whole issue, is that Burnham is trying to be all things to everybody at the moment, although he is taking difficult decisions. It's the business secretary, John Reynolds, is trying to calm private investors and show that growth is still very much part of the plan. That he knows that the government plans need investment. Again, this is early days in the Burnham Prime Ministership, but he can see he knows that this is the sector he needs to appeal to.
Yeah, and I mean, it's interesting contrast with that Telegraph story saying that he wants to keep out the private sector from social care, because the point which Jonathan Reynolds, who's resumed as business secretary, is trying to make is that actually, if you look at Andy Burnham's track record, he's not just a take everything into public ownership person, because even the famous B buses are actually still run by the private sector under the supervision of the Greater Manchester. So, you know, the message is that, yes, Andy Burnham does want to work with private business. And of course, Britain's economic problem, the search for growth in this country, will only come if the private sector is prepared to invest.
Jenny, you'd mentioned that it was interesting that actually Burnham invited the Conservatives and the Lib Dem to this meeting, because it kind of harks back to a time when it was mainly those three parties. And I say that because Zach Polanski is in trouble. If we look at page 10 of the Eye, he has been warned by Pat McFadden, Labour's Work and Pension Secretary, of course, about being careful about what he posts on social media after he sort of reposted, or I think he was added on as a collaborator on an Instagram post that contained a picture with quite a, I think it was a picture of Farage, or there was a statement about Farage and a guillotine next to it. It's obviously the kind of thing you don't necessarily want to repost if you're a leader of a party.
I think Zach Polanski is online a lot. He's on social media a lot. He reposts things a lot, and he has used social media to his advantage. If he is somebody who is leading a political party and wants to be the Prime Minister one day, he is going to need to take more care about what he reposts. And he should not be reposting anything that is and it can be seen as an incitement to violence, particularly so soon after the murder of Anne Widdecombe, but at all he shouldn't be doing it. That said, the reaction of Reform saying that he should be reported to the police, I think is quite extraordinary, especially given Reform's claims about censorship of social media in the UK. You know, you've had Farage going to the US and talking about, the lady Connolly who tweeted about burning down asylum hotels, and that she has been a kind of cause celeb for them. There's a whiff of hypocrisy about the extent to which they have reacted to this, but nonetheless, Zach Polanski needs to watch what he's doing on that.
I mean, this is the world we live in. My instincts are that people ought to be allowed to make fair comment, and even sometimes if it's a bit colourful. I mean, are we going to say we're going to ban newspaper cartoonists who may very well use an image of a guillotine or something, making a political point? Yeah. Increasingly, I'm afraid we are moving in that direction where people get cancelled. I suppose
here the issue is just the reposting, which of course you do a lot on social media.
Yeah. But also there were several photographs, so it wasn't that he reposted.
It was a carousel,
he was invited to collaborate on a carousel of about 20 photographs, of which one of them was this. The idea that anybody is going to take this as direct incitement to murder. No, but I mean,
you get called out on this. I mean, I retweeted a joking remark that someone had made about Keir Starmer, and the Labour Party actually phoned up and asked me to take down the tweet. So, which I did. So, these things happen.
But you did?
Yeah, you can offend people very easily.
Okay, well, it'll be interesting to see, if he changes his approach to social media. Coming up next, we're going to continue taking a look at what is making the front pages of tomorrow's papers.
hear that whistle and that crunch. We know that they're coming from the south of the city where there's a column of Russian armoury.
I'm Alex Crawford and I'm Sky's special correspondent based in Istanbul.
Look at that sheet of flames, and that has happened within minutes, and now it's coming from both sides, and it's moving this way.
Before we go back to the papers, let me just bring you an update on the story that we broke a little bit earlier. We've had confirmation now from CENTCOM, US CENTCOM, that Iran has launched missiles at US bases. They're saying at 5:45 p.m. Eastern time today, which I think is about 10:45 our time, so about an hour ago, Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps forces launched multiple ballistic missiles from Iran in an attempted surprise attack on US forces based in the Middle East. All Iranian missiles were successfully intercepted. US forces remain vigilant and at a high state of readiness. So that coming into us from CENTCOM, just worth pointing out that we had seen, I think, 2 or 3 days of a bit of a lull, certainly no attacks by the US towards Iran, and that came after 13 days of tit-for-tat strikes between the two countries. And now we're hearing that some Iranian missiles have been intercepted by the US. And I suppose this takes us to a story that we have, Adam and Jenny. Page 14 of the Eye. This is about Trump and Netanyahu, who of course met in the US today. Donald Trump saying, don't need Bibi to tell me Iran intelligence. And obviously, Adam, Benjamin Netanyahu has been a key part of this war between the US and Iran from the inception.
Yeah, and I think that comment shows, what has been widely reported, that relationships between Trump and Netanyahu are not all they have been in the past, partly because of Israel's continued military incursion into southern Lebanon and the refusal to really sign up to any of the peace efforts that Donald Trump has published. But I also think it just shows how for Donald Trump everything is about him. And, that comment, I don't need Bibi to tell me about Iran intelligence. He hates being patronised. He hates people who think that they can be Trump whisperers or tell him what to do.
No one's managed to be a Trump whisperer.
Yeah, but I mean, Netanyahu at times has suggested that, he has the inside track on dealing with Donald Trump.
Well, there have been so many suggestions that it was Netanyahu that effectively convinced Donald Trump
exactly.
to go ahead.
And Trump is pushing back on that.
Yeah.
And, today was effectively a tale of two meetings, that you had Trump also meeting Zelensky, who we know...
And let me just call the paper, that's the Times World.
Yes.
We have the papers there.
It is interesting how much Zelensky has learned how to manage Trump. There is no way of being a Trump whisperer, but we know that if you flatter Donald Trump, if you appear grateful to him, and if you appear strong, then he likes it. And Zelensky, the meeting with Zelensky in the White House today was not televised, but Zelensky thanked Donald Trump in a social media post, said that a lot of progress was made, talked about the possibility of being able to license the use of certain US missiles. And he is in a greater position of strength. He knows that the Iran war has meant that he can make statements about Russia's support for Iran, how important it is to stand up for Russia in all domains, and is much better able to present himself as an ally of the US rather than simply a burden, which is how Donald Trump, of course...
Interesting, too, in the photograph, Zelensky looks smart.
Looks very happy, doesn't he?
He looks smart, though. He's not wearing
He's not quite wearing a tie, though, is he? He's wearing a jacket. Is he wearing a tie?
Although someone commented that when he met Andy Burnham, he was amazed that he was better dressed than the foreign leader. But in one nugget in this Times story is apparently that for the first time, Witkoff and Jared Kushner, the Trump peace negotiators, are going to visit Kyiv, and hitherto they've given all